2024 Ignite Change Empowerment Virtual Conference. Join us for 3 days on February 23-25, 2024 from 6 p.m. 9 p.m. EST by CTR Media Network. Are you ready to unlock your potential and make a meaningful impact? This is an opportunity to connect with a diverse audience and contribute to breaking down barriers that hinder progress. Support the cause, sponsorship and collaboration opportunities. While the speaker opportunity is free, we are offering limited opportunities for sponsorship, vendor slots, advertisement spots, and welcome donations to support the production of this transformative event. If you represent a media company, business, podcaster, or any organization interested in collaboration, please reach out to info@ctrmedianetwork.com or visit our website at www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Open enrollment is pretty much like Shark Week. You make a mistake and put your information online, you get calls after call after call. And before you know it, you go badass crazy because you can't go back and undo what you've done. Here at the Health Insurance Helper, we don't cold call. We get our referral from our clients and referral partner. What separates us from everyone else? We offer a customizable plan that utilizes the largest PPO network in the nation. So please give us a call. We will love to bring peace of mind to you and your loved ones.
It's more based on realistic street fighting than more this on the mat, because BJJ leaves you open and susceptible to striking, because we actually strike along with our grappling. So we're a little bit, and we actually practice self-defense techniques, like we get caught off guard. So
oh man, we got Mr. Clay in the building. We about to bring him in. Yeah, I remember Lavelle Crawford said, man, he wanted something that's gonna help him in real life in the street fight. So that's why he started with jiu-jitsu. So man, we're gonna bring Mr. Clay on, man. What's going on, sir?
Hey, what's going on, fam? What's going on with you guys, man?
Much, man, chilling, man. We up, man. Just going live.
All right.
Introduce yourself to the people. Let them know who you are and what you're about, man.
All right. Most certainly. Of course, one of my handles is the one which you see on there, and my name is going to be JF Clay, Jeff Clay. Then we do we Facebook Live Wind Down Wednesday, which we had an opportunity to get you guys on there. But we got to really schedule and really have some fun with it. I hadn't been at that one for too long, but also I do another one. It's called the Truth Session on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We do that also. So, yeah, that's pretty much me. A number of other things I do, though, but yeah.
Yes, sir. Make sure y'all tune in to that. Make sure y'all tune in.
Yeah, most definitely.
Man, I've been watching for a little bit, man, and you are expert in many things. So let people know what you get into, man, what your teachings are about.
Oh, wow. Okay. So my background, of course, I used to be on the circuit. I'm an apostle and a prophet, but not the quote unquote church apostle and prophet.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But the real ones, you know what I mean? That really understand the task at hand and really understand how to articulate truth and not religion and not man-made doctrine.
Yes, sir.
So we teach along those lines as well. Also, I'm also a counselor too. I do therapy. I do counseling. So I do a number of things. I heard you guys talking about the arts. I teach Tai Chi. I do Tai Chi too. So yeah,
it's all the self-healing.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we just really like pretty much find that level of truth that is consistent with that person. You know what I mean? Yeah. And when I say truth, is because a lot of what we get is nothing more than just regurgitated religion. So, but you really want the truth, because the truth is the only thing that can identify something and cause you to be able to demonstrate with it. And that's the awesome thing about truth. When you really begin to get truth, there's a common thread runs through everything. And for me, I always say that there's more than one way to get into the city. If you think about, like, you're there in H-Town, if you think about it, how many highways come into H-Town?
I-10, 59, 45, 288. There's so many.
610, 99.
Exactly. So they all end up at the same place, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the kind of premise that I use, because I think all of us have a piece of the puzzle. We all have a spark. We all have a piece. And if you perfect that piece, you can touch someone else's piece, and then you get a greater picture or a larger picture. And so we continue to touch each other, and before you know it, we have a larger picture, but everyone is doing they're a part. For example, you're a truck driver, so you know what assembly means, assembly line, how things go down assembly line.
Yeah.
But the people that work on the assembly line, everyone is not doing the same thing. Everyone has a different function that's that's on that assembly line.
Yeah, it's a team effort.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so I think what has happened is that we've all tried to overshadow each other. By saying mine is better than yours, mine is more important than yours.
Yeah.
And so what happens is we all end up just canceling each other out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is some of what we've gotten into, where we're canceling each other out.
We all got individual talents, but our talents complement each other.
Yes, absolutely.
I say a lot of times in the society and what we've been brainwashed right now is me, 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 me. I ain't got to depend on nobody else, but you ain't gonna grow if you don't get that help. So
correct.
You go so far just by yourself.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. But because if you think about it, we can't do anything holistically without synergism. We really need synergy because synergy, where the parts are not greater than the sum of the whole, but however, everything that's in the whole is in the part. And that could be kind of tricky sometimes because you're functioning apart from the whole holistically. There is the tendency to believe that you're the only one that knows. You're the only one that has it. And if someone doesn't follow you or think the way that you do, then something is wrong with you or the method by which you are using to do what it is that you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I found that in myself. Like, people shun, like, dismiss people, but they might have the missing piece that you need to come together for y'all to be successful.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the whole key. That's the whole key, to realize what key or code do you hold to the process, right? So when you look at what's happening, for example, in social media, we're talking about the gatekeepers. We're talking about certain people that are in certain positions that will only allow certain people to enter in or enter out or exit out, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, but what is happening is the authority isn't given to the right ones to utilize. So therefore, they're doing things with it that they probably perhaps shouldn't be doing, right?
Yeah.
So, but when you put it in the right hands, it is properly distributed, and then we all share. We'll all have common again. And you guys were alluding to that earlier when you was talking about having. I was listening to one of your pieces you put out there on Facebook, where you were talking about being blessed. You was playing that piece called being blessed, and you was actually demonstrating that. Man, to me, I'm rich. I got a roof over my head. I got a family, children. This is what happens when energy is properly used and distributed.
Yes, sir.
We all have common, and when I say common, and what I mean by we all have common, doesn't mean that we're all going to have the same thing. Because see, T Swin might want a Mercedes, right? But then, but then I might want an Audi. But for me, that's what I wanted, and you got what you wanted, and that's all common. Because why? It's what we wanted or what we needed. So, and we got that. So that means that it became common to us. That's our commonality. So when people, when you put the right people in the right place, they should do the right thing. So the right things will happen. And it's a beautiful thing, man, when you really see togetherness, unity, wholeness, man. That's a beautiful thing.
In our community, man, we have a lot of the HNIC. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We feel like we need to be the only one so we can shine over everybody else or keep everybody at a certain position. We don't want people at the same level or above us. We got to get rid of that.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes.
I remember watching. Go ahead,
JB.
I remember watching the interview. This guy was saying that he made his most money not being the main guy. Sometimes, sometimes you have to sit back and you can be the fifth or sixth guy and still make a nice amount of money because one person has the vision and knows exactly how to get to that goal. All you got to do is put yourself in there and follow and play your position, and then we can all get paid or get to that objective we're trying to get to.
Get to the goal line.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. For me, the way that I came across you guys is that when I get on social media, I'm actually looking for something that's positive. You know what I mean? I'm scouring for someone that is making sense, that has the ability to think. And I'm not knocking anyone else because they're doing whatever it is that they're doing. But for me, and so when I came across you guys, wait a minute, hold on, let me peep at this here. So when I see you, I said, man, I can get with this. Let me do this. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been following you guys. I haven't been on everything, so I'm playing a little catch up. But you guys, man, your information is solid. It's not way out there in La La Land somewhere. It's not Looney Tunes. You know what I mean? You're not trying to frame something that doesn't make sense at all. You know what I mean? And you have a lot of that out here on social media. I mean, you just have it.
Yeah. When we put information out, we try to factual information.
Yeah.
Or point you in the direction where you can get the information or tap into somebody so you can get it yourself and do more research on your own so you can learn.
Or at least spark an interest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out. Or at least sparking interest. At least spark an interest in something. Plant a seed. That's what we're trying to do, man. Just plant a seed.
Yeah. Now, a question I got for you. You say you're an apostle. When did you grow up? Was this thing was this teaching a part of your family? Or when you got a certain age, you wanted to search and find out things for yourself? How did you get into it?
Well, what happened was, as small children, my mother took us to church. One of the first churches that we attended was the Apostolic Church. Yeah, oh my boy. And coming up in that particular time, man, it was really strict, the Apostolic Church at that time. But I remember as a small boy, I was sitting on the front pew, man. And I like your storytelling. You can tell really good stories. I was sitting on the front pew and the pastor was ministering. I never forget this. I never will. In fact, I'm putting it in my book too. I'm writing a book about it. But I got struck. I was sitting there as a small boy and the preacher, I mean, he had lathered up. He had worked up that sweat, man. And I mean, and when I looked at him, it was a glow around him. Yeah. And I was like, wow, look at that. And at that particular moment, I realized, I said, you know what? I want to be one of those. And and something came over me, and of course it was the Spirit, but it came over me. And at that particular moment, it touched me in a way that it started to prepare me for my walk of life. So it wasn't until later on in my life that I really accepted that calling as an apostle.
Gotcha.
So hopefully that answers something. But as an apostle, what happened was my board of Presbytery, they conferred upon me the certification of an apostle. Just in the natural realm. Spiritually, I was already that. But
yes, sir.
When you start talking about the apostle, I'm not talking about what you see in the church, those guys that you see in the church, because that's something altogether different. Those they have been proselytized. But when you get to the true realm of the apostolic, excuse me, y'all, because my sinuses are bothering me.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's season. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so, but when you look at that, when you look at the real apostolic, when you look at it, it's actually the word apostle. translated it from the Hebrew, which is another Hebrew word called shilach, a shilach, meaning a messenger, meaning one that brings the message. And so the Greeks got it, and they translated it as opposed to transliterating it. They got it, and they came with the apostolic, or they call it apostolos. But when I talk about apostolic and talking about the apostle, it actually means the divine beginning. And those that have the ability to understand the divine beginning and have the ability to navigate it. So that's when you get into the real apostolic. When you get into the real apostolic, it's not talking about a church. It is talking about one that has a divine beginning power, that has the ability to navigate with it, to utilize it, you know, to cause things to align themselves. And that's when you start really getting into the truth again, not into religion, not preaching religion, but getting to the truth, so that you can begin to understand that everything is interrelated. You know, when you guys were talking about Ifa, when you start talking about, when you start talking about the ancestors, when you start talking about them, you're gonna all of it is gonna bring you to the one. You're gonna start talking about Osun, Ogun, Umberlinga, Obatala, Umkulukulu, you know, So you got all of that. You're gonna come to that oneness. It's about oneness. And that's where that apostolic realm comes in, because it starts dealing with the oneness, and you don't put one over the other, you align them, just like the assembly line. You align them, because it's just like our body. If we look at our body, we got two eyes. The eyes can't say, hey, you know what? I want to do what the nose do. The nose can't say, hey, I want to do what the eye do. Right? So when we look at our body tells us that there are different components and parts that has to work together to maintainize the body. Right? Yes, work in harmony. Yes, excellent choice of words. Yeah, got to work in harmony. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
so is there anything that you practice for, like, to keep yourself balanced?
Yes, I do. I meditate. Of course, I do meditation. I do sounding. I do sound bowls. I sound the shofar, and then of course, you know, I do Tai Chi and some other forms of art. So, but yeah, that's pretty much how I keep my balance, to stay balanced. And of course, to, you know, stay current, to date on information, knowing what is and what isn't. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what you're reading, what you're hearing, what you're accepting, what you're sensing, what you're discerning, you know. So yeah, a number of things. So yes, sir.
When did you pick up Tai Chi?
Oh man, I've been doing that for about 20 some years or so. Yeah.
I learned my pops used to have a VHS tape.
Yeah. Yes,
everybody know what that is. VHS. Yeah, the VHS tape. And the art of self-healing. And man, it really works. Like me, myself, I'm a veteran.
Yes.
I did 10 years in the Navy. I'm a disabled veteran.
Okay.
Well, I got injuries, I got pains, you know. And those motions, like I say, it releases endorphins.
Oh,
it's
yes, yes.
Body's natural painkiller. And those motions really work. I lived in Japan for a year.
Okay.
And I used to get up in the morning. I used to sometimes I go out in town, I used to stay with a friend. And I get up early in the morning and catch the train, come back to base. And I would see people in the park early in the morning, old and young.
Yes.
Practicing Tai Chi.
Yes.
You'll see them out there, man, and nobody's forcing them. Nobody's making. They out there on their own. They doing it and unison, and it was a beautiful thing. I say, man, I wish we had something like this in the States.
Yes. Oh yes, man. Moving that energy around, because you most definitely can remove that old, stale, stuffed up chi and take on the fresh, new chi. And it's all about the movements. And once you really understand that you are actually really controlling energy, what you sense, what you feel will take on new characteristics. and you really begin to feel the extension as you are moving your hands, your feet, your eyes, you know, as you're doing that and releasing energy and then taking on energy. Man, it's a beautiful thing.
Yes, sir. Yes,
It's
sir.
a beautiful thing.
Like I was telling the last Gage Jay, man, I took a meditation back in 2015, and it was amazing. I had took up transcendental meditation, and what I learned, man, it was just the feeling and how I felt after, man, the clarity in the mind, the focus, just calmness in the body. They say when you meditate, you can get more rest than you can out of 8 hours of sleep. And I believe that.
Yes, for sure. For sure. Yes, no, for sure.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Mr. Clay. So what other cultures have you like pulled from? You know, I believe Tai Chi is mostly Asian practice. What other kind of practice? Like, is any kind of practice like from India or any kind of practice from any other region of the world that you use?
Well, of course, you know, they're going to say that most of our meditation comes from India. Depending upon what level of meditation that you're in. But then also there's the Asian side of meditation. So I kind of take and mix that. I'll mix Asian, Indian, and for lack of a better term, Christianity, because there is a level of meditation in there if you know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You know, so that you don't get ensnared and entrapped inside of the building. Because here's what our ancestors did. Our ancestors knew that we were under attack and we needed to somehow code and hide the spirit, our energy. So what they did was they didn't hide it in the Bible. They hid it in the church. And what I mean by that is that they never intended for us to go in the church and stay in the church. They only intended for us to go through and out the church with the spirit, regaining the energy, you know. So when you look at Prophet Nat Turner, that was one of the premise and the purpose of him coming forth to pick up that ancient energy, to pick up the spirit of the ancestors and free the people. So, but what happens to us sometimes is we get proselytized. We get caught up in the religious aspect of it and not the means of which it was given to us to recapture our souls and our spirits and not get trapped in that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. During my study, man, I found out that, you know, like our practices or like West African practices were hidden in Christianity.
Yeah,
kind of like what you're saying. So we still practice them in plain sight.
Yes,
some of the names of the saints and stuff like that, the colors, the garb, the colors that they wear was based off of the deities or part of our African spirituality.
Yes,
you know?
I agree.
And so I learned it, and so it was hidden in Christianity. Also, like I said, I had a Cuban friend. They practice Santeria, but it's the same Shango, Yemoja, Obatala, Orumala. You know, all the same. So a lot of people, man, they think these things are negative, man. But you just got to do your research. You got to check your history.
Absolutely.
Like, for me, what was it? I started looking, and I was like, man, some of these things they adding up. Some of it don't make sense.
Right. Yes.
You know, and I was like, okay, TV keeps showing us slavery, that our beginning came from slavery. And I'm like, nah, man, what did we do before colonization? What did our people practice before that?
Correct.
We were great people. We are great people.
Yes.
What did we practice before that? And that's how I started looking into that, you know.
Yeah, we had a great command of, I call it the realm of the spirit. We had a great command of it. We were one with it. We were one with everything. We were one with the surroundings. You know, we were still practicing telepathy. You know, we were still practicing levitation, and you know, we were doing all of this until we were bamboozled. You know, said we was hoodwinked.
Yeah.
You know what Malik Hard said. Malik El Shabar said.
What
He
you say?
said we what? We was bamboozled, hoodwinked, blindfolded, ran amok. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are absolutely correct. We were in tune, and the thing about it was that we didn't fear. But once we were infiltrated, what happened was we were taught fear. And of course, we do know fear is not real. It is an illusion. But however, we know that danger is. We know that is. So we know how to deal with danger, but we don't know how to deal with fear because it's not real. You know. And so people try to wrap their minds around it. And when they try to wrap their minds around it, because it isn't real, now emotionally they're off, they're out of alignment, you know. So yeah.
Yeah. So also, man, I also have another question for you. Like you were saying that a lot of our culture was hitting that we hid it because we had to hide it, of course.
Yeah, we had to hide our
there's
practices.
a lot of things. Yeah, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things that this in America we do, and we don't know why we do it. Like for instance, like when we say "God bless you" when somebody sneezes, right? So that came from what I've read. Correct me if I'm wrong. I read that came from the belief that the devil entered through your nose. But nobody doesn't know that we say no for us. So nobody doesn't know we say that because of that reason. Just like the commode, right? The commode, like people call the commode the crapper, right? Not knowing that the commode was named after a guy named Crapper, was a series of commodes, So it's like the same thing. Just like in Brazil, they have capoeira. So they hid that martial art in the form. It's Africans. They hid that martial art in a dance, so the people wouldn't know they were practicing martial arts.
Correct.
So what?
Little family, CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, just the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T.J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast powered by CTR Media Network. And our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. They're willing to share their insight and knowledge with you in order to help you grow. And today is like any other amazing day. We have an excellent entrepreneur coming on, telling us all about what she's doing and why she do what she does. But when you think about the words, yes, silver lining seeker, when you think about beacon of light in the midst of darkness, when you think of perspective shifter, these are the words that describes today's guest. Her name is Jennifer Hogue, Light Vogue. Yes, and she is here to tell us all about herself. And she is a very creative soul with a wisdom of a sage and navigates life. And she does things in a very interesting way. And she has an infectious charm. But you know what? I don't talk about her enough. Let's just bring her on because you need to see her. Okay, let's go ahead and bring on Jennifer. Hi, welcome to the show.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
I'm doing amazingly awesome since you are here today. And Jennifer, you have a resilient spirit, to say the least. And the fact that everything that you're doing, I really appreciate it. And when I think about you as a person, you remind me of somewhat of myself. So when you think about, because I want, I guess, to get to know you a little bit better, would you say that your life or your upbringing, how did it shape your perspective?
Oh, well, that right there. So my dad was one of those guys where he really understood how the power of words and the power of feeling that and how it meant. So growing up, I was a little blunt, to say the least. And at a very early age, he was like, Jennifer, you can't really talk to people like that. You really need to speak to someone and think of your tone and the words that you're saying. How is that going to be received? So he gave me early on that analogy, that example where you have like a 6 on the ground and you're standing on one side and it's a 6 for you, but the other person, it's a 9. So you have to learn how to step back out of your situation enough to remove your emotion and really try to understand what it's like from the other person's perspective. Because although you may be right, you're right from the way you see it. But that doesn't mean that the other person is not right from the way that they see it. So it's really important to take all of that into consideration when you're speaking to someone and someone is speaking to you, is having that wherewithal and that knowledge to be like, you know what? They're saying what they understand from their point of view. Now, how can I make it match mine? So definitely different growing up.
Wow.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Understand at a very young age the power of your words, and your words are powerful. They can use to heal or they can be used to hurt. And so the way that we navigate into life is very, very important. I appreciate, I never even thought about when you make the number 6, how on the other person's side, they're seeing a 9. I was able to visualize it as you're saying it. And I'm like, you know what? She right. That's right. And so when I think about that, is there any period of time where you can think of, Jennifer, that had a significant impact upon your life?
Oh, most definitely. Back in 2018, I was out here living life before we had the phrase that life was lifing. I definitely had a boot on my neck, and I was really trying to find me. I didn't really feel like, I felt like I had for so long been living everyone else's life and everyone else's dreams and everyone else's goals, but I didn't have my own. So I was desperately trying to find me. And I came across this social media post saying, to confront a comfort zone. So you would do a comfort zone buster. So I was like, okay, I'm for it. And my very first comfort zone buster, I did the first weekend in September, and I did a sip and paint. And most people would think that's real simple and not too terrible, but I was terrified. I was sweating profusely. My hands were shaking, like it was out of control. But I had to face the fact that I had a lot of issues with perfectionism. And that's what was starting to hold me back. So I told my best friend that there were a lot of things that I wanted to do. I wanted to be a speaker, and I wanted to be an author, and I wanted to be a life coach. I wanted to do these things. And my best friend, being my best friend, was like, I got you. She called me up one weekend. And she asked me what I was doing. Oh, she called me, it was on a Wednesday. She asked me what I was doing that weekend. And I was like, nothing, what's going on? She was like, great, I'm signing you up for a book writing challenge. And the book writing challenge is to be done within a weekend. You can do it. You got it. It's no problem. I have complete faith in you. And I was like, wait, what? And she was like, well, I mean, you want to be an author. You can't be an author if you don't have a book.
That's true.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay. Comfort zone buster. Let's go. And I actually made that happen, did it. And part of the challenge was like anyone who completed it, the person who was hosting that challenge, they would get the book published on Amazon. I was the only person in the entire group that did it. So that was major, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, well, you've done that. Hey, I came across this form. I just need you to fill it out and just do it. Don't ask any questions, just complete it. I said, okay. So she hasn't stirred me wrong at this point.
Wow.
And it's for a TEDx talk. Okay, well, Jennifer, you said you wanted to be a speaker. You need to get used to filling out these forms and the types of questions that they ask. So I'm just kind of working my way through this. And I fill out that form. And because it was due at midnight. So I didn't have a lot of time to think about it because she sent it to me at 9 p.m.
Oh.
Don't you love that?
Deadline.
Deadline, who needs a deadline? And so I filled out the form, and I got an email the next day that my submission had been accepted, and I needed to come to Hilton Head, South Carolina that weekend to audition in person.
Oh my!
And I live in Maryland, so I had to get to Hilton Head, South Carolina, but we're going to do that. But I'm like, okay, it's preliminary. These are just the things that happen. So, I'm just writing this course because I'm doing comfort zone busters. And this is definitely well outside of my comfort zone because understanding, even when I used to go live on Facebook, I used to sweat profusely and I would shake. So what am I going to do on stage? And I get there and they loved it. And I was selected to be one of the speakers at the TEDx talk. And it was crazy because from that sip and paint that I did at the beginning of September to the time that I was on the stage at my TEDx talk was 90 days.
Oh, wow.
It was a lot.
Wow, that was a lot. But the fact that you was able to the comfort busters and then having someone, I say that everyone need at least one buddy, whether it's entrepreneurship, whatever. If it's dealing with education, someone that's going to push you when you're not going to push yourself, and they know your personality. So she knew that time wasn't your friend. If you get too much time in between, because all of this, when I'm hearing, I'm like, she didn't give her that much time on anything. So she wouldn't have time to you wouldn't have the time to think about it, to not do what you needed to do. So, smart friend. That's a good friend.
Yeah, that's the bestie. That's my bestie.
Yeah, that's a good friend. She's smart. She know do it at 12 midnight and gave it to you at 9. Oh, yeah. She's smart. She's smart.
Yeah, just fill it out. Don't ask me any questions. Just do it. You want to be a speaker? Just do it to the best of your ability. Okay.
So in 90 days, it birthed author, speaker, and you're also a mother.
Yes.
Wow. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment with the amazing Jennifer and seeing what you guys can do, what I can do in 90 days. I mean, really, we'll be back in a moment.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility. She's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so, again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsey Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you. And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend whom you may ask, the amazing Jennifer. But before I bring her back, guess what? Did you just hear what she said before the commercial break? Let me reiterate. In 90 days, we talking about 3 months, she became an author and a speaker. And she already is an amazing mom. So for all of you sitting on your little let me say the right name, the gluteus maximus, and you're saying, "Wish I coulda, shoulda, woulda, or I can't," honey. How long did you say, Jennifer, it took you to complete your book?
I outlined it on a Thursday, started on a Friday, and it was done on a Sunday. Weekend. I had a weekend. It was done in a weekend.
And see, that's my point. She did it in a weekend. Like, some people take years. Okay. You think you accomplished something, you take a couple of years. She did it in a weekend. So that is just inspirational in itself. The fact that you was able to do something that's such a milestone, and being able, and that just shows the power of our words. Again, going back to what your father taught you early on, your words have power. Little did you know, by you saying those words to your friend, that those things was going to come into fruition, but come so quickly. Right. We hear this all the time, but we hear the progression of time, a long time. But we're talking 90 days. And so there was so much that happened in those 90 days. Did anything else happen afterwards?
So that's kind of the crazy part, though. So after those 90 days, I said, like, I was in the process of trying to figure out who I was and what was going on with me and who is Jennifer. After those 90 days, I actually crashed and burned. And it was really hard for me to get everything back together because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I didn't have even though my bestie is my bestie, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have enough people around me to help guide me to like keep it going and like figure out the direction. Like, I hit those milestones, but it was like I hit the milestones of like nothing else behind it. So that was kind of major. And so I fell back into, muscle memory. I fell back into being who everyone else wanted me to be and doing all the things that everyone else wanted me to be. And it kind of steered me into like not a depression, but kind of a depression, because I felt like I was like I had a taste of who I could be, but I didn't know how to keep it. And so I dove into work and just kind of went from there. So that was not expected, but it happens because when you're just not ready, when it's just not time, it's just not time. But that doesn't mean that it's never going to be time again. So that's what I had to believe.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being so honest and transparent in that, because we always hear about all of the glory, but we don't hear the story. We don't hear the behind the scenes thing. And sometimes it kind of reminds me, your story kind of reminds me of a person who put out a song and all of a sudden it hits number one. And they hit all this stardom and acclaim and everything comes at a rush. And then you don't hear anything. And you're trying to figure out what happened to them. They, like you, they probably was at that point where everything was coming at one time and they wasn't ready for all the things that it entails. But the good thing is you have people, you do have your friend, but you also had the realization that, hey, okay, this is just a reset. This is just a reset. And think about all the things that you accomplish. One of the most renowned, prominent stages that any speaker wants to be on is a TEDx talk. And so the fact that you was able to do that first, you already hit the milestone. So now you just you go hit the little stuff. You go hit the little stuff. Okay. So you're gonna have to do that reverse engineering. You went to the top, you got to reverse it back and then work your way back again. And
I'm okay with that. And I am okay with that. I'm okay with all of that.
Like we work to get to the TEDx. And so, but I think that having your story and then having it such like it is so approachable. It's so real. And even though someone may have not had the experience of being on one of those prominent stages like a TEDx stage, however, they may have been on one of the a stage or done some or completed something that was high on their level of accomplishments, right?
Exactly.
To that point. And that's with entrepreneurship. You go, and you hit those milestones. And then all of a sudden, things go like this. Everybody hit it. They don't want to admit it, but everybody hit it. Okay. And during that time, it's a good time because it's the time that you can reevaluate, you can adjust, you are becoming the expert in this.
Yes.
Nobody talks about that everybody deals with. And this is becoming one of your messages that you can help people because everybody goes through it. I'm in a lot of entrepreneurship rooms and a lot of education, academic rooms, and everybody deal with this, whether they want to admit it or not. Okay.
That's the
part. But we don't really see that representation out for, coaching and all that stuff like that. So I feel that what you're doing in your life experience, and that's part of being a life coach, your life experience, I think this is going to be very beneficial and necessary because you are a problem solver.
I am.
So what are some things, because what people, they probably thinking, like most of us are thinking, so how did you start to get yourself out of the rut? Because many of us find ourselves in the rut. I know I have been in the rut, honey. I had to rebuild, restructure, like, I don't even know how I can do this right here. Like, and then all of a sudden something sparked me and I get like a new idea to make something better that I already did, or in some cases drop some things that I'm doing in order to focus on what I need to focus on. So what was it? How did you get out the rut?
Woo. So y'all heard me talk about my best friend. That's my bestie. She's the one that got me through everything. Well, we're going to fast forward to 2020, you know, and now it's COVID. And it's April of 2020. And she and I are very, very close. We are very touchy-feely. We hug each other all the time. And she lives in Virginia and I live in Maryland. Okay. And so during that time, you know, finding supplies and certain things was difficult. So I found what was on her list and she found what was on my list. And so we met up in a parking lot. We did a little exchange and it was like, we can't hug each other, but, you know, high five from a distance.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, she had a brain aneurysm. So here it is, my best friend. She's a couple years younger than me, picture of health. And she's facing death at this point. And it's COVID. And I can't see her. And it was a reality check for me because I'm working at a job that's literally giving me chest pains and migraines on a daily basis. So I'm putting my life on the line on a daily basis for a company that I know, as much as they value my work, I know I'm replaceable. So she gave me a true hard life reality check that I need to figure out Jennifer again soon. And that's what I started working on. And I was like, you know what? All the things that I want to do, I'm going to do them now. We're not going to wait. I'm taking the trips. I'm hanging out with my mom. I'm doing stuff with my son. I'm seeing nothing is off limits. And in the course of me doing that, I found me. And it was literally because of impending death. Not mine, but it might as well have been because it's my best friend. It was a true reality check, and it definitely woke me up because I'm really one of those people. I don't have to learn by going through it. You know, I can be close enough to learn the lesson. Knowledge doesn't have to come just because of experience. And I truly, truly believe that. But that was it right there.
Ooh, we child. Now you just took me all on the roller coaster. I wasn't expecting that one. That took me aback a little bit. So that touched me because I just had one of my close friends. They just passed away, so it just hit me. And I know when you seeing them and they doing good, and they're the one that's motivating you and pumping you up, and then they, you know, facing that. It puts you in a different headspace. Completely. And all the things that you thought was so important, you realize some of those things not important, and what's important you need to go ahead and do now. And so the fact that you was able to see that and didn't have to learn from trial and error, you was able to see that example in your friend and be able to press and move forward and get you out of the rut. And so that started you once again, though, even through her sickness, she motivated you to say, wait a minute, I need to find myself. And all too often as mothers, in particular, or if you in a relationship of some sort, I don't know what it is, but as women, we tend to lose our identity. We become that friend, that significant other, that confidant, that whatever that person or persons at our job need, the cheerleader, whatever it is. We wear all these different hats like a chameleon, and we take on that big S superwoman.
Right.
I don't know why we do that, because I tell people about when I had lost myself and I had to find out, wait a minute, I need to drop all this here. Who Tina is. Drop them letters in the front and the letters in the back. Forget that. Who Tina is. And so
back to basics.
Yeah. So when you had that revelation, Finding Jennifer, I should say, sounds like a book. Finding Jennifer. What ooh, let me see. So we're gonna talk a little bit more about you finding yourself, and also talk about
some more things because we got to take another quick commercial break from our sponsor. And then when we come back, I want to talk more about you finding yourself and what that actually birthed, because I think this is something that's really going to touch a lot of our audience hearts because they can see themselves within your story. So we'll be back in a moment with Jennifer, honey.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Jennifer. We back. All right. And so before the commercial break, we was having a discussion about what got Jennifer out of her rut and how Jennifer had to find Jennifer again. And due to the unforeseen circumstances of her best friend, her confidant, the one who's been pushing her in these 90 days, facing a life and death situation, it actually prepared Jennifer to take a really hard look at what she was doing with her life and realizing like, hey, wait a minute. I need to start learning and feeling who Jennifer is. And that birthed this amazing, tell us about your ebook. Because honey, we need to read this ebook because you said you're an author. Don't you got an ebook or a book out there?
I do. So the ebook is actually motivational quotes that I have actually coined for myself to get myself through. So it's like motivational anecdotes. It's a really quick and easy read, but I touch on a lot of topics, like of which one was death, because I lost, both my dad and my stepmother, and it was the process of going through all of those steps. And so when you're going through and when you thought that you've dealt with emotions, you don't realize that you haven't until you have written them down. Sometimes speaking about it, you're like, oh yeah, I'm good. Or, just thinking about it. But when you actually have to physically write them down to articulate what's in your mind, it just becomes a completely different situation, which is why journaling is so important. You got to put really, it's not about just having the words to those emotions. It's being able to see those emotions and release them into a safe space. And that's what all of that is.
I agree with you because journaling is very, very powerful. And also it is a reminder. I remember having journals. I've been journaling, or back then we used to call it our diaries, now they call them journals or whatever. I'm aging myself, people. But anyway, it is therapeutic. It's like a release. It's just something that digital things will never be able to do. What the essence of pen to paper or pencil to paper, however you want to write it. It does something. It connects with our brain and all our senses in a way to make things come into action. So you're right. Having those quotes, having those reminders are very, very important, especially when you're going through or have went through something, in order to help you really. You never really get over death, but you learn how to cope with it.
Right.
And so learning how you can cope, and in essence, be able to be an inspiration or some kind of outlet for someone else who may not have your coping skills yet, that need kind of like a navigation, I would say, a compass, right, so to speak. So your ebook is called Life in Quotes, a Journal of Revelation, Transparency, Wellness, Motivation, Self-Discovery, and more. can they get it on Amazon? Do they need to go to your yeah, they go to Amazon. So go to Amazon. And they'll be able to get you'll be able to get that book. But with that being said, people would think, wow, she already became an author. She already spoke on TED Talk. She already did all these things, right? But Jennifer didn't stop there. You have a passion for helping not only yourself, but most importantly, helping other people. So with that being said, what made you how can I say it? Did you ever think that you would have you a little podcast? Because somebody done told me something that you got a little podcast.
See, what had happened was see what had happened was I went through a whole period of finding me, doing me, getting to me. And during this time, I kept being told that I needed to get out there and speak to people, and people needed to understand my perspective, because I'm really big on transparency with yourself. And that's the hardest part. And so I will speak to people through me. Sometimes it's easier to take someone else's life as an example and then use that to figure out your own. So I do my best to be as transparent as possible with what I'm going through, and for my situation to resonate with you. You know what I'm saying? So to find that similarity, and then maybe you can take some of the steps or that perspective shift so that you can look at your situation just a little bit differently. So when it came to the podcast, a little birdie tapped me on my shoulder and told me that I needed to stop playing and I needed to get out there. And I like listening to the birdies that are in my life. I like listening to the birdies that are in my life, because it was time. It was time to get back out there. And it was 5 years. And it's kind of like, it's like a bamboo, you know, you walk for 5 years, and then it's at the very end where you're suddenly seeing all the starting to see all the work. I am now breaking through the ground because I definitely put in that time to figure out me. I'm the bamboo shoot. So
I love it. I love it. And you know, I understand the power of podcasting through and through. And one of my missions is helping individuals unleash the power of podcasting, helping individuals like yourself to tap into this medium, because this is what people are listening to. This is what people are doing. And the best way to impact and reach thousands or millions of people all over the four corners of the earth is through the power of podcasting. And so, and yeah, we can go and travel. We can travel, but we're human. We can't do it so much, but that podcasting go everywhere and it never has to sleep. So the fact that you was able to take not only your speaking, your authorship, but now your voice, going back to your words. See, like that boomerang, it's going right back to what your daddy first started with you with that 69. It's going back, you know, it's going right back to that. And then even though you did other things in the interim, it still took you back to your words, which means your voice. And so, what's the name of this podcast? Because I know they're like, wait, where can I go listen?
So it's called Small Steps, Major Moves. And the reason for that is because it's taking these small, actionable steps in your daily life to slowly shift your perspective so that you can actually get towards your goal. It's basically ways to move yourself out of your own way, because I'm pretty sure a lot of us get in our own way, right? That's probably number one. I'd be so much further along if I wouldn't get in my own way. Well, I'm here to help you get out of your own way. Just small little things where it doesn't seem like it's making a big change, which means that it's not overwhelming. It's very manageable. And as you continue to do it, when you look back, you realize, dang, I've actually done a lot. And I'm actually heading in the right direction. And I no longer feel overwhelmed. And I know my brain is no longer crowded and cloudy and foggy and filled with all these other things. Like I can actually focus now. So that's
wow.
That is great. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break. We're going to come back, and then we're going to have a little bit more conversation, and then we'll say goodbye. So let's go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with the amazing Jennifer. We back, girl. We back.
Hello.
All right. So before the commercial break, we was actually talking about, or I would say speaking about, how your life did that boomerang effect, went all the way full circle, ended up going right back to your roots of your father impacting your life at a young age, sharing with you the power of your words. And how to use them. And also you giving this great illustration of the 6 and the 9 and how different perspectives play a huge role in the way that we communicate and interact with each other, and how you was able to hit various milestones very, very quickly, 90 days. However, you talked about how you had to get yourself out the rut, the things that you had to do in order to do that. You had started your book. You are that TEDx speaker. And now we're at the next layer where you actually go back to where you began, your roots, your voice, your words, with Small Steps, Major Moves podcast. So where can they tune in to listen to this amazingness? Because we need these small steps, major moves. Because you give it to us little, don't give us no big steps. Give us a little step.
I mean, because if you think about it, I'm gonna tell you where you can find me. But if you think about it, if you have to climb up a ladder, would you want a lot of little steps, or would you want like 9 foot?
No,
you're not gonna do it. You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna set yourself back. You're gonna fall off. We're not gonna do that. That's not what we're here for. We're here for.
Yeah.
But you can find it, my Small Steps, Major Moves, on Spotify, on Amazon Music, Audible, iHeartRadio, Radio Public, and Overcast. There it goes.
All right. So you can find her basically on any places that are podcasting platforms, major podcasting platforms. You can check her out and make sure that you listen to her as well to get those small steps, major moves. For those of you who may be in a rut right now and you're needing that, you may not have a friend like Jennifer. You may not have a supportive circle that can serve your needs in this moment, because we have a lot of people in our life, but that don't mean that they can serve you for this particular part of your life, this phase, or whatever you're trying to achieve. Well, I feel like this podcast may be a great venue for you, because she's giving you small steps, and we don't have no time to try to eat the whole cake. We need a slice at a time so that we can see the progress, so we can be motivated, so we can keep moving. So Jennifer, I just want to thank you so much for coming on the show today and sharing your story, being so transparent, and also taking us through finding Jennifer.
It is a journey, and it's a journey for everybody. And I hope that everyone takes the time to find themselves, because that's who we need. That's why you're here.
I agree. And what I have found, seems like every decade you refine yourself again. Seems like every decade you get 20s is different from the 30s. The 30s is different from the 40s.
You change, you grow. And so embrace it, grow and learn. Do you have anything else you'd like to share with our audience before we go?
Can I tell you what my favorite phrase that I love to say to everybody?
You sure can.
There is nothing about you that needs to change, but there is so much left to discover. So let's do it together.
Woo, child, don't get me started. Okay. Well, thank you so much for giving us those words of inspiration. Jennifer, you stay in the back. I'm going to put you in the back room and hold tight, and I'll be with you in a moment, okay? All right, you guys, wasn't Jennifer amazing? Yes, she was. Yes, yes, and yes. For those of you who need that inspiration, who need that motivation, that accountability, I encourage you to go check out her podcast on today and go ahead and not just listen, but go ahead and hit that subscribe and follow or whatever it is on the platform that they have. You just click it so you'll get them notifications. But I do want to talk to our lovelies, yes, here at the Tina Ramsey Show. I want you to know that if no one told you this today, that you're worthy, that you matter. I want you to know that I love you and that you do matter. And I want you to do what? Until the next time we see each other. I want you to do what? I want you to keep smiling. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's episode of the Tina Ramsey Show. Make sure to tune in, like, follow, share, and subscribe on all social media platforms. And we will see you next week, same time, same place. Have a great day.
Hello. I'm going to say I absolutely loved being on the Tina Ramsey Show. Her ability to be able to ask questions, her ability to be able to showcase a female, her professionalism, the communication, the razzmatazz of the entire outlook here on the podcast was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm honestly going to give her a 10 out of 10 when it comes to her podcasting skills. And I can say this with a lot of backing because I've been in over 100
long time. And I'm so grateful that she's basically in my life and for an opportune, a Kairos moment as this. So I want her to introduce herself.
Peace, y'all. First of all, it's an honor to be with you again, sharing space, even if it's cyberspace, you know.
Oh, Lord.
A lot of powerful things going on. And like our impetus to the next phase of our lives is happening at the same time. And that's even more dynamic. And that's a synchronicity that I cannot ignore. Like, all right, we're doing something now. It's business time. It's happening.
You're right.
It's happening all over.
Right. So you just introduce yourself and tell them who you are, Mama Joya.
Well, I'm Mama Joya Santiago. I have many names, and you know them. But right now, my focus is my nonprofit, Earthlight Health and Holistic Wellness, and our prime objective, and that is maternal and infant health, because that's the beginning. Mother is the first teacher. Mother is the first doctor. Mother is the first lawyer. Mother is God, especially to her children. Now, I'm not here to debate it, Father God, Mother God. I'm a universalist. I'm just here to deliver this message that's coming through me. And it's not a verbal message, really. It's an action. It's something that's happening. And I'm allowing myself to be a divine channel for this divine energy that's taking place. And Shayna resonated with that, and it's coming through her. And so we are united and doing our works in the earth together.
Whew, that part. That was so awesome. I am so ecstatic about this show today. Our topic today is reproductive justice. If anybody saw my Facebook page, and at this time, I'm going to go ahead and share this on other pages as well. If anybody saw my Facebook page, you would know what reproductive justice is. Bear with me one moment. Let me go ahead and get that up here.
So while you do that, I'll talk about Bond.
Go ahead.
That's our first program that we move forward to the people with. And Bond, BOND, it stands for Babies Open New Doors. It's a maternal and infant vitality program. And we're starting off with these mother support circles. We have one here in North Alabama where I live in Huntsville. Today was our first meeting, so it was pivotal. It's the spring equinox, and we popped off on the equinox. Next weekend, we're going to be having the Bond Mother Support Circle in Atlanta at the I Am Ascension Temple of Love. What an appropriate place. And we're taking this thing, we playing it to the hilt. We're doing this in Detroit, everywhere. Everywhere there's an interest for mothers uniting in the best interest of ourselves and our families, Bond will be there.
Okay, I went ahead and I shared it on different pages because I want to make sure that you understand what reproductive justice is. I believe that every woman, every female, every girl should be able to see this message and actually talk about it or have something to say about it. And this affects us all as women, no matter like what age you are, no matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what religion you carry. It doesn't matter. But being a female, being a woman, this matters. This matters. Reproductive justice is a human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. Reproductive justice. So I'm going to ask you, Mama Joya, when you hear what I've just described as reproductive justice, or just the words reproductive justice, what does that mean to you?
It means an end to womb snatching. It means an end to womb poisons, toxins, womb poisons in the form of toxic relationships, food addictions, being out of control of our children, our creations. Reproductive justice, we can go on and on. Because how we have, men now able soon, they say, to have children, and how we have so many missing Black women, and there's no accountability for that, and how we have every time you go into the OBGYN, we need to take this, we need to take that. When this body is a miracle, and it is given the right atmosphere, environment, it will self-heal. So we're not allowed to talk about these things. I'm banned and blocked on Facebook now. Why? Because I shared a flyer about a female rites of passage program I created for girls ages 6 through 12, but I'm soliciting sexual nudity and all kinds of things they accuse me of. Nah, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from doing the work.
Right. Oh my God. There's so many things that we can talk about when it comes to reproductive justice. You mentioned so many different topics. You talked about toxic relationships and how that is, that hurts the womb. We talked about, you were just, mentioning how environment plays a part on the womb. You also talked about the missing Black women that we have had, and this is true. We have had a lot of missing Black women, and so within that, what is going on? So
yeah, I was one of those missing Black women. I was kidnapped. I was taken to the white van. I escaped. A lot of us aren't given that opportunity, or we don't take the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I heard a voice in my head say, "I'm gonna save you, but you're gonna have to try to save yourself." And that's when I reached for the door. The car door was unlocked, and I ran for my life in the snow with no shoes on, no clothes on. You understand? So, womb justice. Let's talk about the spirit of the womb. Let me back it up real quick. I learned later in my life that the womb has a consciousness. The womb feels. I lost my first husband to violence. The police killed him when I was 28 years old. And that's the first time I could say I felt my womb cry. I didn't know what was happening at the time, but when I was reflecting on all that happened and that feeling that I had, that's what that was. So when we talk about triple womb consciousness, the womb of our mind, the womb of our heart, and our physical wombs, it's a whole lot of work there. And I think that's why, like Elijah Muhammad said, 90% of the work is with the women. Yeah, we have a great responsibility that we shouldn't shirk. We should stand up in it. That's why I say it's Big Mama time, because we calling back our children, because the mother, Big Mama, is calling us to task. It's getting our attention by any means necessary.
Just dig that. Like, oh my God, womb consciousness, understanding that the womb cries, understanding that even as we're pregnant and we're creating, that we're connected to the womb, and that the baby feels everything that we feel, that there's a feeling. Elevating to a state of understanding that we're connected. We're connected to everything and everybody. So that is definitely a powerful statement within itself. So the first topic can we talk about today? What would like the first one you want to talk about today as far as reproductive justice? My thing is with reproductive justice is safe and sustainable environments for our community. I feel like, here we are, we're people, we're in this earth, and especially in the African American community, but we do not feel safe within our own environments when it comes to our children. A lot of things has happened with, whether it was the George Floyd situation, whether it's the school shootings, all these different things have been happening, and our children have been affected tremendously about it. So not just us ourselves, but our children have been affected, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, whether it's spiritually. And it creates an unsafe environment. Like we should not have a whole bunch of discussions or a whole bunch of movies that actually, talk about how we feel as Black mothers. It shouldn't even be a situation if we're living our lives as God wants us to, dealing with human rights. Because we should be able to have a safe community where our sons and our daughters thrive.
Yeah.
They should be thriving without fault, because their lives are necessary. Their lives are important on this earth instead of being emasculated. And so the things that I feel like that has went on recently have emasculated a lot of our young Black boys. There's more suicides amongst the population with African American boys. There's self-esteem, counseling. There's more. Anytime you see a lot more grants, I know it's a situation. A lot of situations. Absolutely. But let's talk about this, about the environment.
The way I look at it, this society is diametrically opposed, and I'm talking about Western society, American society, diametrically opposed to a so-called Black man being a man and manifesting as a man. And a lot of times sisters don't see, because we're looking at it like, dang, you ain't got your half of the rent, or that we don't realize how much harder it is for them to make it in corporate society, or to even get a regular job, because they're targeted by the police. But from the time they hit puberty, And so some of them have a little background, in the criminal justice situation, and they never really recover. Some of grown men don't have their birth certificate. I mean, it's simple thing. Don't have a social security card. Not to say that we need these things or we should have them, but I'm saying as far as getting a job or a supportive man that's creating work, you know what I'm saying? We have to do those things. But no, the society is not set up for that, because if that happens, it's not going to be their society anymore. It'll be our autonomous society again. And that's a direct threat to the powers that be.
Wow, it's so funny that you even talk about that, because we can sit up here and we can talk about, because we see it every day, about what's going on inside of our African American communities when it comes to our young boys and when it comes to our Black men, which is a direct impact that deals with reproductive justice. I was talking to someone today, and I talked about, as you know, we within the African American family have been, we are going through a new walk in life. We're understanding who we are, but at the same time of understanding who we are, it's like a new day and we're coming forward. So within that process, we're understanding everything that has happened to us in the past. And some of us are doing the healing work, some of us are not. Some of us are still in the process of waking up. Some of us have not woke up.
Yeah.
But what I've been running into a lot lately is a lot of women, wives and mothers, who are hurt at what happened with them in relationships. And one of the things that I talk to them about is understanding that when we come together, we're individual first. We're coming together to become one in a marriage. And with that marriage, we're supposed to hold true to that marriage, right? Meaning that we hold true to that, meaning that we're going to work out our problems, even that we have individually, together.
Mm-hmm.
But some things have happened, and now it's causing us to separate from that man, and that woman to separate from that man, or that man to separate from that woman, because of them not really healing themselves or being healed from past situations that they're bringing into their current environments. Mm-hmm. So I was telling a young lady today that we have to learn how to forgive them, because they too were broken.
Yeah. Yeah. And forgive ourselves first.
That part, yes.
And that's why I had to be honest with myself, because trying to be single, I was married at 21 and I didn't really know how to be single. I'm like, okay, I'm in love, let's do this. Inside, I'm not even myself yet, because I'm still dealing with the broken part of me and what I lost and how to grieve and mourn and how to be a family, just me and my children, me and my shorties. So it was difficult. And the healing is continuing. I'm 44, no shame. I'm not in a relationship right now. I do have suitors, but I'm not rushing, because I've done that and that doesn't work. Because at this stage of the game, Joya is building. Joya is making moves. Joya has a plan, and I have to respect where brothers may be. So if it don't go like this, we ain't supposed to do it. And it's less about lust, and love is love. Love is there. But it's more about, how productive am I with this person? Are we building in the opposite direction? I need you to give me 5 seconds off camera so they can go buy some food. I got my purse up here.
Okay. I'll go ahead. So as you see, guys, we are definitely here. We're talking about reproductive justice. We're talking about how important it is to understand who we are as a people, especially in the African and American community, and how a lot of things that has happened within society, dealing with George Floyd, dealing with the communities, dealing with the school system, the school shootings, how they have actually created a situation, or they have directly or indirectly affected us as a people. And we are also talking about how we as a people have become broken, and that we have to get this understanding of our individual selves so we can be better stewards for our family. And so that means that it's self-healing, understanding our past pain, facing that past pain in order to go forward within life. This is something that we have to do, but we also have to take the time to do it. And what I realized that in this community, a lot of mothers and a lot of us as mothers, we don't have time. We don't have time to cry. We don't have time to grieve. We don't have time to bring a baby into this earth. We don't have time to bond with baby. We don't have time to bond with each other. We don't have time to build relationships with our children because they're always at school or we're always at work. We don't have time. And so this conversation today, dealing with reproductive justice, is one of those shifting moments of understanding that we have a serious situation because we want to win in this world. We want to win in this life. We want to win, and winning is seeing our children win. So anything that affects our children from winning should be a serious situation for all females across the board. And as I see it, there are situations that have affected our children traumatically. That means that a lot of our children have been traumatized. Not only have our children been traumatized, but we have also been traumatized in this community as well. And so now we have Mama Joya who's going to come back on the screen and we're going to talk about some of those traumatic experiences that we have had within this community that affects reproductive justice, because that is a part of reproductive justice. Anytime that I'm having situations with getting pregnant or situations with reproducing or situations with not wanting to have a child, we have many women now who don't even want to be mothers, who don't even want to have children. When we have people, this is a God-given right, meaning this is something that's spiritual that was given to us. This was something that was natural. Anytime we have somebody or something or some other entity that comes up across or against us in our natural element, it should be a problem. It should be a problem. So this right here is reproductive justice.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the aspect of reproductive justice in the water and how water, the politics of water, it represents reproductive justice. So without water, there is no life. You know, a child is conceived in water and nurtured in water. We need water for hygiene. We need water in our bodies to make sure nutrients get to where they're supposed to go and to clean our body. So if the water ain't right, the reproduction ain't right. So a lot of people don't know all that is involved with reproductive justice and why we do need to get educated about it. We do need to organize as women first, women within our respective communities, to address some of these concerns as far as reproductive justice is concerned. I'm thinking about Flint, you know, that whole crisis with the water and how that, you know, affected reproductive justice and how and low birth outcomes and the infant and maternal mortality ratios there. We have to address the cultural disparities that exist in birth, and it's by design. We have to know that when we talk about it, we have to know this is by design. Nothing just happens. You know, there's history involved. There are politics involved. There are players involved. You know, we are being exterminated. They're trying. I believe it's futile, but we need to act like we are at war. And I'm not talking about just with a people. I'm talking about principalities. I'm talking about principles. I'm talking about life over death, AI over livity, something that's alive and ambient. I'm a person. I'm an animated spirit, you know, not just this flesh.
That's right. So when you talk about, you hit on so many points. But when you talked about the water crisis and what happened in Flint, that was definitely a total direct hit for our youth. You know, when we talk about Flint is in Michigan, is mostly an African American community. We as a people, we as mothers, we should have been livid. We should have been outraged at what came down the pipeline when it came to understanding how toxic the water was. Because this was a direct hit. It was definitely a direct hit with us, and it's going on in so many more communities as far as how bad the water crisis was. So within that water crisis and what happened with the Flint situation, and because we know that there's so many different places that have water toxicity, what can we do as a community in order to better educate ourselves and better educate people about the toxicity of the water?
Well, they have reports, the water principalities in where you live. Here, I think it's called Harvest Monrovia. So they have reports about what's in the water. We're not drinking tap water, but we are bathing in it. We are cooking our food with it. We are washing our dishes in it. So here again, the answer is, to me, the only solution is finding some land with a group of people. I think you have a better chance of surviving if you're with a group of people, of like-minded individuals, and taking some autonomy with your water. There are different methods that we can purify water with: moringa leaves, charcoal, limestone. Like, it's a lot of content online about purifying water. It's a lot of people that are selling water, a lot of us that sell water that have natural springs on their land. You have to know what type of water, because all alkaline water ain't good water, because it's put through a machine and ionized, and okay, it's still not, it's alkaline, but it's not organic. This is not a natural thing. So we need to be drinking structured water.
So there's no way that we can actually, in this environment or in this society, kind of like push back to make sure that we are gaining the natural purities of water. Because what people don't really understand, because when you talked about the shower water and when you talked about all these things, is that 80% of what we put on our body goes in our bloodstream.
Directly.
So that means that if it's not that we're just drinking the water, we're taking showers in this water, we're bathing in this water, that this water is still affecting the bloodstream because it's falling in there. So is there a way that we actually can go to our municipalities to push back to make sure that we have the best running water, even in low income or underdeserved communities?
You can always lobby politically and organize for activism. That is, a viable option too. But where I am in my walk, I don't want to live like we've been living. I'm tired of this. I want to live on some land that I have some ownership in. I want to grow my own food. I want to dig wells for groundwater and purify that water. And who's to say that I want to live like that forever? I do, in my logical mind. And I'm not even, I believe all of us, we could walk away from this. The land is abundant, but we have to have some place to come to. And we have to start thinking like leaders, more of us. Because all my life, I consider myself, I've been a follower, because I never really challenged the options given. Like, oh, I'll just move to this neighborhood. It's nicer. The school system is better here. I'm sure the water is better because the people have more money here. That's putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, to me. So we have to step into the shoes of self-sustainability now. We have to watch what we put into the earth, because what you put into the earth goes into the water. Yeah, we can protest these people. We can boycott. We can disenfranchise them. That's a step. Stop taking these money from these jokers. Stop giving them our money and start recycling our dollars through our own communities. That's a very powerful step. Somebody produce some damn toilet paper and some paper towel. Let's get practical with our freedom and our liberation. I would love to spend money with my own people for everything, because it's a lot of communities that live like that. We haven't had a taste of that life because nobody told us that it's possible and that we could do it.
Wow. You just said a lot.
Word.
You just said a lot.
I want to make sure we touch on something too about
yes. We can go
the justices.
Yes, go ahead.
Keep going. Heard some of the stories. Now, I've had 5 home births, and I have had 3 hospital births. And you see how they do us. I'll talk about a good friend of mine went to the emergency room. She was pregnant. Come to find out, it's twins, ectopic pregnancies. So they say, okay, with an ectopic pregnancy, they have to take the fallopian tube, or you could lose your life. You probably will bleed to death. Well, she woke up and they had took everything. And this is a young, healthy woman that had 2 children already. You understand? So it's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. Say something happens during the course of pregnancy and, you lose your baby. The treatment that a lot of women get. I talked to a woman about a month ago. She was a client of mine. She said, I basically went home with a box. So there was no safety net for her mental health, for her physical needs, because she had to give birth to this baby that wasn't alive, but there was nothing. I remember when I had to get my first cut, a C-section. Now, the white women, they were giving these, they look like waist trainers things to, keep you together. Joya didn't get one. I had to ask for one. Other people didn't have to ask. I had to ask 3 times for something that you were given, something they were getting from my insurance. They were getting money from the insurance anyway, but things like that. And we're dying having babies because we don't have a voice as a collective, and we're not respected because we have not demanded it as yet. So I'm tired of talking. That's where I'm with. I'm tired of talking. And I need to connect with other people who are tired of talking. Because whatever goes down out there, me and my children gonna survive this. No plan B.
I'm just so appalled even what you just said. Like, you said a lot right here. First of all, women not given time to grieve when they're having their baby stillborn. That's number one. Going home with the box, number 2. When you're having a baby by a C-section, and you're not giving wraps in order to get your body back into the right figure.
How about I didn't even need a C-section? How many of us, they get way more money when you get a C-section? How about they took that option away from me and lied to me and accused me of being combative, which I am, and it got to the point, these people keep coming in. They called the Department of Human Services on me because, no, you're not finna give my baby a shot. No, we're not doing that. No, I don't want a social security card. And everybody's coming at you at once. You have no privacy. And that's another way they take away your voice and your rights. Call who you want to call. I start throwing stuff. They left me alone. So it's going to come down to you demanding your inalienable right to life. And that's what it's getting down to.
I just, I just thought about one of my first stories that was on, I believe it was on The Mother's Place, and it could have been another show I have called Transformative Shifts, where we had a nurse who was on here, and she talked about how she was having issues with getting pregnant, and she ended up getting pregnant with twins. Now, she was a nurse. She was actually a nurse there at the same hospital. And she went through a lot of issues with getting pregnant, complications. And she said just to be that person on the other side, having to be the person in the bed, to think about what they may be thinking, the nurses coming in, or how they were acting, it kind of like put her in a different perspective. When it comes to nurses, she was like, I thought about, are they going to go out there and laugh, talk, act like this didn't happen?
Everything they've been doing to other Black women,
right?
And not saying nothing necessarily,
right? And it was just like, oh my God, because there comes a point in time where a lot of us, I'm pretty sure we've had those jobs where we had to make those decisions that best benefited us for that time, and sometimes there's going to come times in our lives where we're going to have to walk away from those jobs that may affect us at that point in time. Meaning that when I get up, if I'm not here today, somebody else is going to be here tomorrow. As you know, I just lost my little brother, my second little brother, within the last couple of months. It was really, really a hard time. And it's still, it's still not easy, because with my mom, I'm the last child. And my mother had to get right back up and go to work. She had to get right back up and go to work within the next week or two. There was no compassion. She had to tell them, I just buried my second son. They didn't have any, there was no remorse. It was like, when do you come back to work? When are you going to do? Well, you just took off for COVID. You had COVID. You already took off. You already took off for, you basically already took off for COVID because you had COVID. Your son just died. So, basically, like, when are you coming back to work? This, like, affected me. Where are we in the mindset that we're not even in a time that we feel other people's pain and understand that we are human? We are people. We are affected. We have to sit down and take in everything that's happened to us. And a lot of us have not had time to grieve, had not had time to process a lot of things that happened to us, but then they want to make money on mental health.
Oh yeah, it's a racket. It's a racket. I've I was told, by family members, take the children to therapy. They need counseling for grief and da 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 da. That's not what helped us get over. Tapping in helped us get over. You understand? Having these fire talks by the fire, tapping in the spirit and nurturing our spirituality as a family is how we healed, how we got over. So
right.
You have to understand the nature of the beast. Anytime you're dealing with an entity that has a calcified pineal gland, they cannot relate to your emotion. There's no empathy and compassion there. Look at the history of what these entities have done on the planet.
So let's break that down. The calcification of the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is a small but strong and very important piece of the brain that actually helps you get the melanin in your skin. It creates melatonin. It actually helps you with the melanin. It also gives you a higher sense of spirituality with the Father in order to be connected, knowing who you are. It also helps you connect with your higher self, meaning that you walk into the royalty of who you are. A lot of us have a pineal gland, but unfortunately, because of the toxicity within the earth, whether it's the elements, whether it's drinking soda, whether it's eating toxic food, or being around toxic people or traumatic situations, have calcified the pineal gland, so we can't reach that higher element of who we are as far as ourselves. So that right there in itself is a part of reproductive justice. And I'm pretty sure
fluoride in the water to prevent us from perceiving spiritual phenomenon and to keep us chill, to keep them from doing anything. We're just going to, slowly poison. We dealing with high level witchcraft right now. I'm sorry, I'm putting it out there, sis. That's what it is. Because some people have a 500-year plan for how they want society to flow. But when you're dealing with the people like us that have been displaced in our own home, this land, and abroad, we're displaced in space and time because his story they gave us wasn't the story, wasn't our story. So we really all of us don't know who we are exactly. I'm still getting downloads. Every day is something new. And I asked for that because it was important to me to know who I am essentially. Who am I in my core, in my space, identity?
I'm just so grateful for what you just said. I'm still in the process of, talking to people about the core. The core of who we are is so important. And understanding that core. So I love that you talked about that. I love that you brought that up and understanding. And in order to understand, sometimes we have to go back, and it's not always going back to the past things that hurt you, but looking at cause and effect and being real with the situations, but moving forward with that. So that means that even as we talk about us and ourselves and understanding the core of who we are, wouldn't you say that a part of reproductive justice is not allowing another entity to walk in its higher self-consciousness or self-spirituality of who they are, recognizing that we are a people who are of royalty and that we're connected to the Father and that blood is royalty within itself? So elevating the mind spiritually and consciously and walking as queens and kings and not just the word of mouth, meaning that kings, real kings protect their kingdom. Real kings know how to treat a queen. Sure. And so does a queen. She does the same thing and she's not going to allow harm to come to her kingdom or to her status. That's as right. Far as being royalty. Meaning that we protect not just ourselves, but we protect everybody else that comes with ourselves that's a part of our connection. And that's a great divine connection. That's and good. To me, connecting with your higher self, understanding that how we are connected to the Father, that is royalty. And really, that is actually heaven on earth. That's divinity.
That is. And it's something that you decide to have in the moment, in the here and now. Not something we're waiting on. Because I'm not waiting. When I cross that threshold, that gateway into my home, oh, I'm in the kingdom right here. Right here.
Yes. Wow. Would you like to elaborate more on what you do as far as bond and how you educate the women on our connection or their connections with the womb as they're pregnant?
Okay, so I try not to go in there like the dictator with an agenda, because it's a meeting, but it's more like a gathering. That's the vibe I wanted to give today. And I want them to decide. I want us to decide as a collective, where is our focus? What's important to us? We live in this community. What do we want to do? What can we create? Because it's like, I'm trying to put you in touch with your power. This is your neighborhood. We can have any kind of event. We can have a project. What can we do to make where we live a better place? And so I'm throwing questions out there to stimulate thought, to create new paradigms, because that's where our solution is going to come from. These divine ideals that we manifest together.
Wow. And so you're looking at it and from a perspective of not just educating them about how their baby is important, how they connect, but also how we will want our worlds to look or our environments to look for the baby.
Yeah, I named this circle, this program, Babies Open New Doors, because, and I know you experienced this as a woman, when you have a child, you're a new creature. You're not the same. Hormonally, you are different forever. It's a rite of passage that we go through. And so we kind of get lost sometimes. That's why I think women get postpartum, so-called postpartum depression. It's the hormonal imbalance. But what brings you back to yourself is focusing on you. You're still, an entity, or you're still a nation unto yourself. And sometimes we get isolated because we're not coming out of the house as much. And it's important to link with other mothers, because you're not alone, but you might start feeling like you're alone and you don't have that support. So this is bringing you out. Hey, yeah, you had a baby, y'all come out. Toddlers, babies, you're welcome. We had some children there, So yeah, it's creating a space for you as a woman, as a mother. You're a new manifestation, but you have purpose, and this is who you are. Now, when it comes to breastfeeding support and doula support, I'm there for that. I'm not a lactation consultant, but I am a breastfeeding peer counselor. I've got that certification, and I'm a certified doula. So if someone has questions, I'm definitely there, but I don't try to, I try not to dominate what we're talking about. I'm listening to them. Some of the conversation was talking about exotic dancing today and baby daddy stuff, and, but I kind of always lead whatever we're talking about back to taking some accountability. How did you show up in the situation? Well, you chose them, let's talk about it. Cause I did some choosing myself,
Yes, and that goes right back, and it's so important that we talk about those things, because that does go back to reproductive justice, is accountability. And we talked about that. I think we touched on that a little bit earlier on the phone today, and it was about how we as women, we show up, and that we have to take accountability, meaning that we have a high statistics within the African American community of abortions. We have a high statistics of, single mothers. Single mothers, we actually should be running the world right now, especially in the United States. We have the highest rate of single mothers.
So right, most of our homes are single parent homes.
Our single parent homes. So that comes with the issue as well. But at the same time, it comes with the accountability of us not to keep going out there repeating the same mistakes, but to hold accountability so we won't have, so we'll have the wisdom not to walk back into the same situation. To be where we are as single mothers.
And it was my sister, sis. She was the one to pull my clothes. I'm like, dang, I keep getting the same type of dude. She's like, it's you the same. You walking into these relationships the same. There's some things that you need to address inside of you. And then you'll start attracting a different type of man. And that's very true.
It does. Because a lot of times it starts with self. It starts with something within ourselves that we got to fix, or we got to look at to see what it is that we're putting out there, or we're accepting this type of man.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the divine status of understanding who we are in order to walk into a higher status of divinity. as well as it still affects with reproductive justice, because what we don't realize is that as we're impacting our children's lives, we're impacting them not being having that bond with that other mate. So it's three. It takes two people to create one child, which is three. So it's very important that we get back to understanding our important role within that and holding ourselves accountable so we won't keep repeating the same mistakes. So we can have a lower abortion rate. We don't have to deal with birth control. We don't have to deal with all these other man-made things that keep us from not, giving life when we were actually naturally put here to reproduce.
You just reminded me of something. My first child, mind you, I'm 21. I'm happy to be pregnant. I'm married. You know what I'm saying? I go into the doctor and there was this nurse with this stupid hat. I'll never forget. And she was one of us. So what are we going to do to prevent this from happening again? And I looked at that woman and I said, what do you mean? I'm happy to be pregnant. Well, don't you want to do other things with your life? I wanted to say a whole bunch of 4-letter words, but I just told her, I said, well, I'm in college, I'm married, I just ran it down to her because I'm proud of myself. But after a while, I stopped talking and I looked around and it was just us in there, and we just going in there like cattle. You know what I'm saying? We just going in, coming out. I just stood up and I walked out. I was done. I had my baby at home in East Africa on the floor in my bedroom, and it was exhilarating. Wow. I was totally turned off by the Western medical industrial system. I was done.
Wow. I'm so sorry that you had that experience. And that was your first child?
My first child. And it was Riverview Hospital in Detroit on Jefferson.
Wow.
So this is how they see us. This is how we see us. Because you are me and I am you. This is how I'm looking at the lady. But
I like how you said that. I am you and you are me and we are you. We're each other. If we have a problem when we don't look at each other like that, especially us as women. So what affects one woman should affect us all. Absolutely. And I'm affected by that.
I was so inspired when I saw how Senegalese women have all these associations, and African women, period. They have lots of associations, women's associations, women's group, and how they support each other and how they're economically empowered because of their women's associations, and they're not looking for nothing from nobody else. We need that. We need to stop looking at each other like competition, even when it comes down to a man. Now, let me tell you something. I ain't never shared no man. You understand? My parents been married for 54 years. It's just been the two of them, as far as I know, However, I understand polygamy has its place. Historically, in times of war, we did that so that all of the sisters, everybody, and women and children were accounted for. Now I'm out here and I see what's going on. You know what's going on. We know what's going on. I'm not really accounted for. You understand? I don't have that protection. I don't have that covering. All right. Once upon a time, I said I would never be in a polygamous union. But now I'm looking at it a little bit different, because I was saying that from a space of like physically, I don't think I want to share. Somebody might be nasty. I don't know. Or he might spend more time with her. Okay, to hell with all of that. I want to survive, but I don't want to just be with anyone. It takes a special kind of brother and sisters to make that institution of polygamy work, because it does work for some people. It does. And it's a lot of us out here pretending and playing and snapshots on Instagram and stuff. We polygamous, we poly, da-da-da-da. Well, what are you producing? What are you producing? And can we do it can you do it with one woman? What are you creating with her before you want to bring in somebody else? Because y'all making a lot of mess and the children are suffering and they're looking at it and they're growing up not understanding morals. Because it's 2022 and don't nobody care about morals anymore, but morals will always matter.
I don't know about you. I don't know about some of these other people out here, but I'm always about morals, ethics, and values. Okay.
Period. It's the basis of culture. And as a woman, it's our responsibility to be keepers of the culture. You understand? Because we set the tone for the household. Household sets the tone for the community. Community sets the tone for the nation. You understand? So there's a man, heavy is the head that wears that crown.
I like that. Heavy is the head that wear that crown. And that we as mothers, we wear that crown. So this show today, again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Mother's Place with Mama Joya Santiago. We are here talking about reproductive justice and things that affect us as far as being mothers. Again, I'm going to read this definition of what reproductive justice is. And reproductive justice is the human rights to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe, sustainable communities. So anything that comes with coming up against mother as being healthy, having a healthy baby, being able to build relationships with our children, being able to have great, good food and water within our communities, anything that comes up against us as being mothers and being, great mothers. I'm talking about mothers that walk in purpose, mothers that not just walk in purpose, but that connect with their children, have that bond. Anything that comes up against us as being mothers, we should have a problem with.
Definitely.
We should have a problem with.
You just said a word too. You spoke about women that don't have children. So and that touches my heart because a good friend of mine didn't want to come to the motherhood meeting because she doesn't have children and she doesn't really want children. And it's so okay.
It's okay.
To feel like that. You don't have to do it. Matter of fact, she's such a help and a blessing in my life. Like she'll take one of my children out just for that one-on-one time sometimes because I'm fighting for time. And when mama got some free time and some money, we doing the group thing. Let's go, y'all, But she'll say, oh, I'm going to take this one to get to the cafe or whatever and take this one shot. And I love that. Just because you're not a mother, just because you haven't physically had a child, doesn't mean you're not a mother. You're a mother of the community.
Yes.
You're a support to, women that may not have support.
Yes.
And you got to big up the aunties.
What? Can we say that one more time? Wait a minute. Wait.
Aunties.
Big up the aunties. Just because you don't have a child, but the aunties always fill in. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. The aunties, the godmothers, the women who step in. I used to be a babysitter back in the day. I'm pretty sure Leslie might be watching this and she might be watching this later. We talked this morning. I used to watch her kids for free. I used to love babysitting. I used to love kids. And I still love children today. But I used to babysit for free. And we do need to embrace that, even other people, other women who may not be mothers, they too have mothers. So they know they add value to this conversation as well. Absolutely. And they add value to the community as well. So that was definitely a great shout out. A great shout out. A big up to the aunties. Big up to the aunties.
I got a big up for Don Tanae. I love you. You are valued. I missed you today. And you are a mother of the community. Period.
Awesome. I am so grateful that we are having this conversation today about reproductive justice and talking about within this, everything that we talked about sisterhood. Sisterhood is definitely a big thing within our community. What can we do more as a community to embrace, build, and strengthen the sisterhood that comes along with being? Because one thing that we do have in common is that we're women. We're women, we have mothers, and we had to have had a mother in order to be who we are or be where we are today. So how can we do more of coming together and embracing that sisterhood like this? Can you tell me something about the Senegalese women when you were in Africa that you noticed about their sisterhood and that we can actually implicate within the U.S.?
I'll tell you, when I was in Africa, I was in East Africa. I got a chance to observe Senegalese women and how they associate through my daughter's father. He's Senegalese. And just watching his mother and how she moved, and we can definitely emulate it. It's going to take us being comfortable with being vulnerable to us. And we don't want to do that. Oh, I get along better with men. We got to stop saying dumb shit like that. I'm just saying, we have to love us. We have to embrace one another. We have to put down the petty and the jealousy and pick up I love myself and you're a reflection of me. So I love you too. I told the sister today, I love you. I never told her that before, but she showed up today. Her children are they ain't even little no more. They 13, 18, but she came because she's still a mom, you know. She's still a mother, and it just felt good to have her support and to see her there and what she contributed to the cipher. Like the last, I think it was the new moon, I had to get together because kind of the women I talked to that day on the phone, we were all feeling like this heaviness and a little depression. And I was like, y'all, let's just get together. Let's talk. Let's have a sister circle. So they came over to the crib, and it was my first time with these women in my home. Like, they're not women I associate with. You know, this happened through Facebook and over the phone. Like, and we showed up, and it was hard to go home. You know, it was hard for people to leave because the vibe, it was so good. So I believe in us. I believe in our sisters. I do. And some sisters have hurt my feelings. Let me tell you, treated me bad. You understand? Recently, you know, I got ghosted by somebody I loved, a sister that I identify with so strong. Won't answer the phone for me. Nothing happened. And I'm hoping she's okay.
Right. So basically, y'all heard it right here from Mama Joya Santiago. You know, something that she picked up within another culture, another environment that we can actually duplicate and implicate within this culture or in this society is sisterhood.
Oh, and look at it all around the world. When there's a political shift to take place, the women will pop it off. The women will end wars. Like, all right, we're not fighting no goddamn war. Ain't nobody, we bonded together. Who gonna shoot down the mama? Nobody. And once we realize that's the kind of power we have, some shit gonna change here.
I'm trying not to get emotional.
I don't know, me too.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional right now.
This has been building. We've been talking about this ever since you and I started building again and vibing. Like, okay, it's time. We've been talking a lot. We're talking too much. It's time to do every day. You know, seize the moment. Take the time that day. I'll make change here. I'm doing something to improve my life, to change my environment, to make it better. Or I'm gonna create something new.
I just felt like when you said that, it was just like I got tears. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yo, I can't sleep at night. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of the status quo. We are not okay. I know we living our best life on Instagram and on Facebook. We are not okay. Our families are not okay. And the quicker we admit this and be vulnerable to each other, man unto woman, woman unto man, and the children listen to them as well, we can heal and we can fix this. And we can create something beautiful and something that's ours and something that's safe and something that affirms life for us. We don't get a lot of that from this society. And we're not going to get it.
I agree. I'm just so emotional right now because there's a lot of our young men and there's a lot of our young brothers and there's a lot of our sons who have lost lives, you know, and our daughters who have lost lives because of issues within our society, you know, and that have not been fair, or, you know, issues within the culture as far as, you know, the breakdown of generational curses. Let's talk about it. You know, generational curses that have directly impacted our children because of some of the mistakes that we have made, whether it was consciously or not, you know, subconsciously.
No other people have dealt with this level of trauma like us. My mother lost 2 of her brothers to gun violence, to some stuff that didn't make no sense. You understand? And so when it happened to my husband, I didn't see my mother cry. I couldn't cry. And it could have been from the shock of all that happened. It took a sister singing. You know, we have things, we have ancient knowledge that helps us move. We have to move through trauma. It has to move through the flesh. It has to come. It has to be expressed. We have to sing. We have to dance. We have to shout. We have to go back to the way it was. We have to dance by the fireside. Call it conjure. Call it what you want. This is the wisdom our ancestors left us. This is the information that's being downloaded again because they ain't went nowhere. We just have to let them in.
I definitely believe in God, and I definitely know that God is definitely connected to us. And I definitely believe that a lot of our people who have went on, they're still here, and that's because of a lot of the gifts that I have. But at the same time, I feel like that we owe it to the ones who have passed to recreate, reshape, and redirect ourselves, so we won't repeat, keep repeating the same cycles, keep repeating the same things that has been broken within us for so long. It was a Carolyn, I think her name is Jennifer Carolyn. We talked about this the other day, and she said that we in our 40s, we in this area, we are supposed to reshape society right here, right now. Everything that we have learned, we should be going forward within that in order not to repeat the same mistakes and pass it on to the next generation so they would learn from us not to do the same things.
Yeah.
Because
And what to do. Like, for a lot of us, there was no rite of passage. We didn't understand what that meant coming into womanhood, So there are these cultural norms that need to be recreated for us. And as mothers, that's our job, for our children. We can't do it for the boys like the rites of passage, but fathers can. It's still a lot of brothers out here that are good, that are here and available to their community, and we just need to rally around them and support them supporting us. I have a lot of good brothers in my life, a lot of good men in my life I'm proud of.
That is me too. Me too. I really do too. That I can pick up the phone and call.
This is a good time for me to tell you what we're getting ready to do in Detroit, because it's going down April 9th in Detroit. And it's private because we had to do it this way. But it's a community call to action and memorial tribute for Baba Yale and Joma Yale. And that was my deceased husband. And he did a lot of work in the community, like working with the health department and teaching people about sexual STIs, STDs. And he did a lot of that work. He did a lot of work in the schools with violence prevention because it was serious. He lived in Detroit in the 80s and a lot went down. We lost a lot of people. So these things are still issues. So we just need to add a little fire to it and make it real in 2022. Like, yeah, remember this man, remember this work. It's still work that needs to be done. It's still work that is being done. It's brothers out here and sisters that are, and we invited them, hey, talk about what you're doing so people know. It might not get a lot of publicity online with, glitter and all of that shit that we don't need, but it's worthy because this is a saving grace. This is what we need.
I am so honored that you came and you visited us today, Mama Joya, to talk about reproductive justice. I am so honored that you are going forth in the work that you were purposed to do on this earth to educate us about the importance of motherhood, the importance of mother, and that you stood in the fire even after the death of your husband. We have been through so many things, and I know some of your story, even the story of how we met. You
can speak on it. It's okay, because I feel like my life is my testimony,
Yes. So I want to share something with everyone that everybody probably did not know or had not known. What year was it, Mama Joya, that your situation happened in Detroit?
That last situation?
Yeah, the situation where I spoke at the event.
Okay, that was 2015.
Okay. So in the year 2015, there was this big situation that was all over the news where there was a kidnapper who had kidnapped a lot of different women. And it just so happened that he kidnapped his last victim. And his last victim just happened to be Mama Joya. The incident was all over the news. It was all over TV. We had so many political representation, so many people of politics. If you know anything about Detroit, everybody was talking about this situation. And one of my girlfriends told me that was one of her girlfriends. And I was like, are you serious? It's all over the news. She said, yes, she's creating this event called A Woman's Worth. And she needs an MC.
And I came up with the name because, and a lot of women might not admit this, but when someone tries to take your womb space and they have not been invited in, it can make you feel worthless. I had some serious self-worth issues behind that. You know, am I still pure and clean? Am I still beautiful? Or maybe no one wants to be with me because I went through this. So
it was very traumatic. Kidnapping. I'm not sure how far it even went within the kidnapping, but of course we know rape is involved when it comes to men kidnapping women. You know, it was a serious situation.
I learned a lot because, especially about human trafficking, because he took me to where it was happening, and he was like, "Well, you know, I won't let them take you because I already been paid, but you got to do this or that. You understand? And I'll take you home." I didn't want to get in that white van with them people. So that's really a big deal. That's really happening. And nobody is talking about it because it's us, you know, that's being taken.
This situation was so serious, and she needed an MC, and the girlfriend introduced her to me, and I was actually the MC for this event. I was so honored that somebody who had just been kidnapped wanted to still be community, wanted to still give back to her community. Even though she didn't speak, she allowed me to come up there on that stage and be the voice for her for that whole program where we had so that you're welcome. No, it was an honor. It was an honor.
I had so much to say. I know that I couldn't get up there and be poised, or I would.
It was an honor. It was definitely an honor, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that situation in order for us to meet. But you know, it was one of those Kairos moments where I was supposed to meet you at that time.
Yep.
Who would have known that happened in 2015? That in 2018, I myself would be kidnapped and raped.
You couldn't make this shit up. I'm gonna say that. I could not believe it when you told me that.
And I remember just coming back to you and saying that a lot of things were given, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, a lot of brothers stepped up. Even Sankofa. Sankofa is in Detroit. Shout out to you, Sankofa. You'll always be my big brother. I don't care what nobody say. But he even stepped up to help me with wanted to give me self-defense classes. It's so important that we as women, we take self-defense classes. But at the same time, how to survive through situations like that. And lo and behold, I was kidnapped and I was raped, me and my son. And it was definitely a serious situation. And to go back and tell Mama Joya, like, I appreciate you. So I just want to say I appreciate you for not just holding yourself within that situation, but sharing it with other people so other people can learn how to get healing and actually come forth with that and be able to be a testimony to that so we won't keep walking back in the same situations. We have to learn how to come together out here and to be a sisterhood and stop being quiet about the things that harm us when we're alone, about the things that harm us when we're in physical violence relationships, abusive relationships, dealing with domestic violence. We have to stop getting into our households and locking ourselves up and being mad at our children because we're mad at the world or we're mad at the daddy. We have to learn how to get up out of ourselves and reach out to a sister, reach out to somebody that we know is going to give us some great information or lift our heads up, or get to a therapist, get to therapy. Build more of these sister circles. So Mama Joya, again, I just want to say that I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart for coming forth with a woman's worth, because a woman's worth is definitely necessary, and it's necessary for a time as this, because this woman and those women are our future generation of being mother. So thank you again for what you do. Thank you for your organization, the connectability, everything, and I look forward to seeing more of what you do in the future. So do you have any? You're welcome. Do you have any last words?
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop.
Don't. We need you.
And you put that back into my memory about, some people didn't want me to talk about what happened. They said it would be too negative, and it was too much negative stuff. But I took a picture of myself that night after I made it home to my children, because they thought I was dead when they heard that gunshot. They thought I was dead. And come to find out, this brother was stalking the neighborhood, hitting single mothers, you know. And so many of the women were quiet because he said, if you don't tell what happened, I won't come back. He was only 21 years old. This is somebody's baby, somebody's child.
This was somebody else's baby. This is somebody else's child.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you all looked at this show today and, got something out of reproductive justice, what is going on within our community, and you want to make a difference. If you do, make sure that you reach out.
Listen, we have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real, relevant, and relatable content on today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you are ready for a great Freestyle Friday. We have our experts. Hey, Athena, sunshine expert.
Hi.
Oh, you're going to bring us some sunshine today. Hey, Natasha Halliday, all the way from Canada, Toronto, Canada. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, especially because it's not cold yet.
Yeah, we can talk about that, right? Everyone, I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show. And as you know, we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, right here on this episode. So today is our Freestyle Friday expert panel. And we have two of them. We have a lot, but we have two that's taking their time to be here with us today. Our sunshine expert, and we also have our mental health and wellness in our minds. That's important. We have to have our minds right throughout this holiday season and through every day of our lives. Natasha Halliday. So grab your virtual seats. And what I want you to do, so you know what I want you to do, is share the broadcast, tag your friends, and let them be a part of today's discussion as we talk about mental health and we talk about some being in your comfort zone, getting out of your comfort zone, and bringing some real sunshine to this winter season. All right, y'all ready for this?
We ready.
Ready.
All right. And we have Mackenzie backstage. I like to acknowledge who's backstage helping us as well. She's a mom of two, a boy and a girl. Mackenzie, thank you. All right, so everybody, we have a great show lined up for you today. We're going to kick off just by starting with a commercial and one of our episode sponsors. I love acknowledging people that take the time to pour into the Kim Jacobs Show, because without them, this broadcast wouldn't even be possible. So I want to thank the episode sponsors for today, which is Attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. We're going to be seeing their commercial. They can be reached at 704-457-5000, 704-457-5000. And if you're dealing with a workers' compensation claim, you're dealing with some type of disability, and maybe you've even been denied, make sure you know that's an option for you to reach out. Or you're dealing with wrongful death of a loved one. You want to give them a call if you're in the Carolinas area, the Richmond, Virginia area, or the Alabama area. So let's hear from them now. We'll be right back.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented, and I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everidge. We've got the experience, so let us help you.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we're going to go ahead and hear from our sunshine expert with some tips for us today. And you can chime in and ask any questions you have. Let me put this link. Some people want to come on live. Now, I know if you're an audio podcast listener, you're like, we can't join in, Kim, but not at that level. But if you're watching the broadcast on any platform, you can use the link that I just put in the comment section, and it will pop you into the broadcast. You have to show your camera in order for us to let you actually come on and ask a question. But if you have questions for Athena, or you have questions for our expert, Natasha, you can cut and paste that right into your browser and it'll bring you right into the broadcast. All right, Athena, tell us what you have for us today, Sunshine Expert.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a happy Friday. First, always a pleasure to be here. I thank my sister Kim so much for just allowing this platform of joyfulness to share with everybody. And also good to see my sister Natasha this morning. I am coming to you with some great things. First, I wanted to share with you guys that I recently went on a cruise. I recently went on a cruise to the Bahamas, Nassau, Bahamas, with my parents and my younger son. And y'all, I had a ball. It was amazing. Even we ran into some trickery weather. It was some storming, but even with the rocking of the boat, it still was just a joyous moment, different experience. Of course, this is my first time my family was traveling, so I was super excited for my babies. My babies, I'm talking about my parents and my son. I was super excited for them. The food was good. And I share all of that to say, if you have a moment to take a vacation, if you have a moment to get away from locally where you're staying, do that. Whatever that looks like for you, whether it's a cruise, whether you're flying to see a friend or a loved one, or even if you're just get in a car and you just drive, sometimes it's good to just drive over to the next town. You don't have to go far away, but you can just go to the next town and, take your creative imagination and make it great and make it work for you. But definitely you want to do that. And, that's just a sense of fresh air to breathe, fresh air to clear your thoughts, and it kind of like just resets you. So when you come back, you're ready to jump into the groove of things, whether it's work, or business or just personal, but you're ready because you have had a chance to get away and enjoy. So I just wanted to first share that, open that up with that first and foremost. Of course, I have to tell you guys how good God is. He is so truly amazing in my life. I'm going to speak for Athena, how amazing God is and the great things he's doing in my life. He's doing some amazing things, and starting some new journeys. And so I'm super excited. And so this is what brought me to today. When you need to rezone, you're going to rezone from your comfort zone. Okay. Everybody has a comfort zone. Everybody have a comfort zone. And I'm talking not only to my sisters in the panel, but also in my audience. We all have comfort zones. So I want to know, how do you guys rezone from your comfort zone? For me, I would say tip 1 is rest. Tip 2, release. Tip 3 is reset. I'm glad you asked me about all of it.
Wait. Because you going, and this is a good thing. But I want to go back for a second, if you don't mind, before you start the tips.
Go ahead.
Okay. The cruise. Let's go back for a second. Because Natasha, if you want to chime in too, feel free. Let me put us in a okay. Let's talk about the cruise for 1 second before we deep dive into the tips. Because we have a whole hour here, right?
Yes.
How many of you all do take time to travel during the holiday season or just at any point throughout your life? If you're in the studio audience, we want to hear from you. Do you take time to travel? And if so, what does it look like? What is your experience? Do you take your children? Is it you and your spouse? Is it just you and a getaway of unplugging from everything? What does your travel look like? Put it in the comment section. Natasha, if you have any thoughts on what you do when it comes to travel, share it, and I'll share mine too.
I can definitely chime in. I love to travel. So of course, the little thing called COVID stuck a pin in that, or so it thought. So it helped me reframe my concept of being a traveler. So I live in Canada, so I live in the province of Ontario. And I didn't even I could drive for 14 hours and still be in the same province. Our provinces are much larger than your states for the most part, because we only have 10 of them in 3 territories. But I was just like, I'm going to travel within Ontario. I have one friend who I do most of my weekends away with, and we did short getaways And like we made our own charcuterie boards that we had in the hotel. We got creative, but it was just part of it was recognizing we just want to be somewhere else, see something else, right? One of the things we didn't get to do, so we went about 2 hours west of the Toronto area, and we wanted to go hiking in this gorge, except that it was like a heat wave. And I was like, listen, I took 4 steps to get into the air conditioning grocery store and I almost passed out. I can't hike I can't hike in a gorge in this kind of weather. So we didn't get to go to that part of it. We'll have to go back. But one big thing about that taught me that for me, as much as I love traveling to big exotic places, I just like seeing something else, stepping outside of my normal routine and experiencing something else. And because I love travel, the other thing I wanted to say is I'm committed to travel. So I did research. I got a great points card, and of course I can't offer any tips to all the Americans because I live in Canada and my credit card's a Canadian one. But I have been to Ireland, England, and that was the same trip. Like I went from Ireland to England before I flew back home. I've been to other parts of the Caribbean and stuff like that, and didn't pay a cent on the flight. Like my points don't just there's some that don't cover taxes and fees. This one covers every cent. If you have enough points, it covers it. So I'm very committed to knowing which travel point card to have, how to make it work, because it made travel more accessible for me, right? I created a vacation account. So I have money taken out of my checking account twice a month. And so my goal is I return from the trip, I pay it off within a week, because the money's sitting there in an account waiting to be used for that. So because I'm paying towards my travel all year long, travel's more accessible to me.
Oh my gosh,
right?
that is awesome. That is an awesome tip.
Yeah, and so one of our Canadian banks, which I think y'all have there, BMO, they let you name extra accounts. So my account literally says vacay. I didn't even put vacation. It literally says vacay. When I log into my thing, it says vacay. And if I have extra cash, I can throw it into, I'm going to Bali in September. And so I need to start throwing, because this is not my yearly savings. This is going to cost a bit more, because I'm not flying for 20 plus hours in the lowest rate. I need to fly comfort because I'm moving onto the plane for a day. So I need to travel in comfort. But that has been something that has made travel more accessible, is being intentional to plan for it in many ways, which is having my vacation account, which is having a really good points card. And just any and everything that I can to make travel work, I'm going to do it because I value travel that much.
I am so glad that you're sharing that tip. I hear echo, but I'm so glad that you're sharing that tip, Natasha, because people, you have to know better in order to do better. And so that's just a great strategy to designate that this is what my money is going to be used for on this particular card. And I get a chance to not have it merge in with anything else is going to happen as a result of you designating it that way. I love that tip. So y'all, you're getting some good advice. I know I have a rewards card thing where I actually get reward points if I use my card in different regards. So that is a good way for me to use my card too, and share those kind of strategies, implement those kind of strategies. I'm excited about. Okay. So as far as travel, let's see, any comments, Mackenzie, backstage, any comments that people said about travel, put them up, please, if you do see any, or any comments, just put some comments up. As far as what else you said too, that I love, Natasha, is that within your own city, or you can find so much to do. And we do a lot of staycations here with our family. It may be bowling, skating, whatever it is, hiking. We'll go to some of these local mountains in our area and just do a 3-mile hike. But somebody has to stay back with me. It's so funny. It's my oldest son, Frankie, Ivan, Jeremiah, and Jayla. Time we get out of the car, they have their backpacks, they have their walking sticks, and they are gone. I mean, gone. And Frankie's like, Mom, I'll stay back with you and we can talk. And it's like I'm really elderly, I understand, but it takes me a long time to get through
the point is you're still doing it.
You're still doing it.
That's what you need to
recognize. The great part.
Yep. You didn't opt out because you can't necessarily move at the pace they do.
but he stays with me till the end until we literally get to the top of the mountain, the same place that they're up there eating their sandwiches and their drinks. And we're there like maybe 45 minutes later, but I'm there at the top of the mountain with my hands raised, like I made it.
Yes.
But people never know what you went through to get to the top.
And if I could add one other thing, one thing I'm learning is to do a bit of research, because I used to, again, think I'm going way over there across the world because they've got so many great things. And then I started learning about what's around me.
Right.
So like being in Toronto, I'm not far from Niagara Falls. It's a 2-hour drive.
Yes.
When I did a bit of research some years ago, pre-pandemic, I learned that the Niagara Escarpment has like over 20 falls. So now I've gone to visit some of the smaller falls. My goal is to see all of them. But now I'm just like, Niagara Falls is amazing. I'll never stop being in awe of the breathtaking beauty of the falls. But the fact that there are other falls that I can see that really helped me drive back to Toronto, I'm like, I'm going to go check out more of those.
Yeah.
And I'm learning about, like, you know, when I travel, I like to see caves. I'm like, oh, there's places to see caves here.
I love that.
Yeah.
Athena, read, if you will, the comment that came up and get you
Sure.
involved.
From Miss Cynthia Lennox, she says, travel allows us to meet wonderful people, keeps life fresh and exciting. It does. It's an ultimate pleasure. Yes. We also have a travel and entertainment account that pays everything before we go. And one thing that my sister had mentioned, Natasha, she mentioned that be intentional. Be intentional when traveling. You know, that's a great tip. You want to be intentional. You want to plan. I'm pretty sure it's probably even more adventurous if you just jump up and do something. You'd be like, if you have the time, the money, and you're ready to go, and you got all of that lined up, you can be adventurous and jump up and wing it and be like, look, I'm just gonna go over here to Timbuktu, and I'll be back. I gotta go see what's over there. I hear some more sunshine over there. Go for it. But definitely you want to be intentional. You want to plan. And also Cynthia, another comment she said was she already covered 51 countries and just got back from her 26th cruise through the Panama Canal. So that's amazing. She traveling for real. So I know she got some good travel tips. I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know we got some good travel tips. So we got a travel expert? There you go. Do we have a travel expert on our Freestyle Friday show?
Oh, yeah. Well, let me do this. You can take the comment down for a second, Mackenzie. I will tell you all that you can definitely go to, I want to put this in the comment section, Kim Jacobs.IntellaTravel.com. I think that's it. I'll double check it during the commercial break. But I want to make sure you know that you can book your travel there and you can get a price match guarantee on there. So it's just like if you're booking through any of these other sites, which I usually actually use a site myself. And I was like, hey, I can get different things happening if you use this kimjacobs.IntellaTravel.com. So make sure you take a moment and cut and paste that and sign up and become a part of that program where you get your price match guarantees. You can book all your travel. No, I don't get a chance to see what your travel is in detail at all, but you get a chance to book it there and sign up and get the same type of prices that will hopefully more discounted for you. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna play a quick commercial, come back and hear these tips that we are talking to our sunshine expert about, because she getting ready to drop some knowledge on us about our comfort zones. So let me play these right quick and then we'll be right back. I'll play them, Mackenzie. Give me a second if I can find them right quick. Mackenzie like, hey, I'm here. I'm in the back office and it's a beautiful thing. She's a new mom to a baby girl and I'm excited for her. All right, let me.
Who are those people? You know, the guys playing golf in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. The woman wearing $1,000 shoes at a cafe in the city. The kid in the ripped jeans driving a $200,000 sports car. What do they know that you don't? One word: leverage. Working smarter, not harder. Owning their own business, not being owned by a job. The good news? We have it. Interested?
One more. We'll be right back.
Two things are almost certain about you. Number one, you know people who travel. Of course you do. Everybody travels. It's an $8 trillion industry. It's what people dream about doing. And number two, you probably aren't making the commission. You see, every car rental, every hotel, and every resort pays commissions. They may go to a website or to a traditional travel agent, but trust us, someone is earning it. Well, what if we could show you a way to put that commission in your pocket? It doesn't hurt to take a peek. Interested?
All right. Okay. So we're back. If you're interested in learning more about just owning a piece of the travel industry, you can reach out at trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Okay. Let's go back to our Freestyle Friday expert, Athena. She's talked to us already about being able to get out of our comfort zones and some tips that she's going to share with us. So let's go back.
Yes, as we rezone from your comfort zone, these tips that stuck with me while meditating on this to share with you all was rest, release, and reset. When we're stepping out of our comfort zone, in order to make a move out of your comfort zone, you got to have a plan. Hopefully you have a plan. You need a plan. You need to know your next level of movement. So of course you can't do that unless you have rested well. You have had a clear mind, so you can gather and get your thoughts together as you prep and prepare to move forward. So resting is always good for the mind, body, and soul. If you can't rest during the night, I would strongly encourage you, if you can take 15 to 30-minute little naps, let me tell you, it'll change your life. If you ain't never took a nap before, I was not a napper. I would hear my bestie and some of my colleagues be like, oh, I'm just going to get a 15-minute little cat nap or 30-minute and I'll be good to go. But y'all, when I took a nap, and I didn't fall asleep for a long time, although them naps are good too. But the cat naps are kind of like give you that quick boost for energy. It was amazing. It was amazing. It felt good. I was energized and I was ready to go. So make sure you are rested. And tip 2, release. Release means let it go. Let anything that you're holding on to, let it go. Let me tell you, we are in the month of December. Goodbye, November. Hello, December. We got 31 days in before we get to 2024. Let it all go. You can look back. You can look back and be like, yep, it's just that simple. Watch this. Yep, I came a long way. Came a long way. Let's go. Okay. And that's also called reflecting. You can reflect. I didn't say get stuck. I said just do a quick turnaround. Boom. That's it. Quick turnaround. That's it, Kim. That's it. Just a quick turnaround. And you'll see how far you came. And you'll be like, oh, I let that go a month ago. Oh, I released that. I just released that yesterday. Let's talk about yesterday. It's gone. It's gone. Yesterday gone. Today is here. The future is coming, by the grace of God. He gives us breath daily. He wakes us up. The new day we look forward to, for you to put one foot in front of the other. So release, let it all go. And you know what? Ain't nobody holding it against you. If y'all don't remember, when we first started in 2023, I came on the show and I was like, we celebrating, we hitting the pavement. We are running forward. We got new things to do. We are out here about our business and we making movement that way about our business. So now we're at the end of the year. We still celebrating, but you're celebrating the victory of how far you came, the things you have accomplished, the things you had to let go in order to get to the victory. All of that. These next 31 days, you can reflect, you can regroup, and you can be ready to. It's going to lead you into tip number 3, reset. You reset. You and let it go. You rested. Now it's time to move forward. And since we're moving forward, that gives your mind a reset. You have a new outlook. You have new thoughts. You have new visions. Even your prayer life should be different. What I prayed for at the beginning of the year, my prayer life definitely looked different towards the end of the year. And I'm truly excited. I learned some new words to talk to Jesus. I'm telling you, exciting. So these are the tips for you to rezone from your comfort zone. And it's self-paced. And you don't have to compare yourself to nobody, because what is for you is for you. This is your journey. Mm-hmm. It's not about what Kim doing. It's not about what Natasha doing. It is amazing. Let me tell you how amazing it is to celebrate one another, to give flowers to one another. And we're all on the same journey, just at different pace. And so my journey does not look like Kim's journey. It does not look like Natasha's journey. But what I tell you, my journey is for Athena, and it is amazing. And I'm moving. I am moving, and I'm getting things done. That's what counts. So rezone your comfort zone. Get ready for these next, this is December the 1st, 31 days. What that look like for you to wrap things up, to start things new, to prepare, to do away, all of that great stuff. It can be done. You can do it. Stay strong, keep the faith, and keep moving.
Y'all, listen, you know how if you do a drop the mic type of thing, it's like, pooh, y'all, drop the mic. That's that right there, screenshot, right? Yeah, drop the mic. Athena Robertson, our sunshine expert, has dropped some tips on us on how to reset. And how can they stay connected with you, Athena?
Yes. You can stay connected with me on Facebook at Athena Robertson. I'm on Instagram, the IG at Red Honey. That's REDHONII, the number 7. I'm also the owner of Express Notary Public. I'm your mobile notary in the Mecklenburg area. So if you need a notary, you can reach me at 980-200-5740. I don't have it up here. I will have to get it. I'm on LinkedIn at Athena Robertson. You can Google Athena. You're gonna see my beautiful sunshine face.
Yes, he is our. If you Google Athena Robertson, sunshine expert on the Kim Jacobs Show, you're going to find Athena Robertson, this beautiful sunshine expert, wherever she is on social media. So thank you so much, Athena.
Thank you.
Let's see any comments come in that we need to address regarding what Athena's been sharing. Let's see. Dayron said, hey, rezone from your comfort zone. Dayron, glad to have you on. And he's the author of 101 Things That You Need to Know Regarding Jail. That's a good read right there, because all of us have somebody that we know has either been in jail, coming out of jail, or about to go to jail. You don't know what's going on, but it's stuff that's happening in life within our families and friends circle. Get his book, Dayron Swan.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, sunshine. He over here. He like, hey, sunshine.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Dayron. There's some other people on this. Hey, Dayron. I'm Kim. Natasha, say something to Dayron.
Hey.
Dayron, like, no, it's sunshine. How you doing over there, sunshine expert? Let me stop being silly on this show today.
I got one comment in my feed that somebody was saying that she never used to take naps either, but but the days she works at home now, she now enjoys a solid 45-minute sleep on her lunch break.
Woo!
Read that exclamation mark as she finished your comment.
Yes.
Is that comment somewhere in here? That's a great comment.
That one I think with my feed.
Oh, okay. You got your own thing going on over there. But listen, anything coming into your personal feeds, read it out like that, because that's helpful. As far as that person that said that, I want to tell you that naps have changed. They've been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. I don't know if God just put me to sleep, especially it's almost like if I'm dealing with some things that's stressful in my life. And you might know from a mental health perspective, it's not narcolepsy, but he literally, it could be serious. And I mean, it could be a real serious situation. And I'm like, it's like, Are you kidding me? Your sleep? God just gives me rest when I need it. And that nap changes everything about how I deal with everybody else.
I'm the queen of what I call a sitcom nap. So people are like, what's the sitcom nap? You turn on the show, the opening credits start, you fall asleep, you wake up for the closing credits. I don't know how my brain goes sleep for 22 minutes, but it does.
I love it. I love it.
I'll be so mad. I'll be like, Natasha, you sleeping doing
With that, if that's the intention, sometimes it's the intention, sometimes it's not. But we're not going to talk about that right now. We're just talking about when I intend to do it.
So you cut it on, and that's your rock. Goodbye, baby.
That my brain's like, girl, it's time. Go.
Well, a good nap, I promise you, in the studio audience will change everything about your day, how you deal with people. It gives you just more bandwidth to be able to exist and to be able to deal with things that's coming your way. So definitely take a nap if you can, no matter how you make it happen. Okay. What other comments? Somebody want to read that? Natasha, read that.
This one is Cynthia's comment about that I think Athena talked about. Already covered 51 countries and just came back from our 26th cruise through the Panama Canal. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's like travel like 3.0. Forget 2.0. Like, big up to Cynthia.
yeah.
I did see a comment. My friend, Mr. Floyd, I think he chimed in and he was saying, I know Mackenzie had put the comment up there. If you fail to plan or plan to fail. So it is always good if you have a plan, you know. So yeah.
Another female serial entrepreneur. Back to the sunshine. Like another.
We see your focus.
She gonna bring some sunshine to your world, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Athena Robinson, you can stay connected with her right on Facebook and at Red Honey. She got that Red Honey. She used to have her hair red. That's what she's Red Honey 7 on Instagram. She's the owner of the Express Notary Republic, and you can reach her at 980-200-5740. 980-200-5740. Okay, thank you so much, Athena Robertson. We're gonna keep on going, and let's go. Let me see. Let's get ready to hear from. We're gonna be hearing from our mental health expert very, very shortly. Natasha, again, she's helping this broadcast be international. She's all the way in Toronto, Canada, and glad to have you here with us today. You say, how's the weather?
Always such a pleasure. Sorry?
How's the weather out there?
The weather's pretty good. When it's warm enough to rain, I will not complain.
You got all the slogans. You're the best slogan.
It was actually really lovely yesterday. I couldn't even believe I drove to Women's Bible Study and I was upset that I had worked from home because I was like, I should have been out. It was gorgeous out yesterday. So it's all good. It's all good.
Awesome. I'm so glad you're here with your bright blue. And we have the sunshine expert, but you're the mental health expert. So blue kind of goes in that calming realm. I don't know if it's strategic. Is it that you have the blue on today?
I don't think it was. I just think I picked it because I like the color. This is actually one of the teal and purple are my brand colors. So,
but it's
I sport my brand colors. I actually found this. I was at an event in the summer and I found this water bottle with my 2 brand colors, and I was like, okay, look, this. I'm just realized I'm showing my busted nails. My nails need to be done. Water bottle, I love. I'm like, those are my 2 colors right there.
Well, see, we get to learn more about you every day, every time you come on. All right, y'all, we're going to take a commercial break and we're going to come back and hear from Natasha A. Halliday. We'll be right back right after this break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe D. Bear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown-Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more for your own epiphany of health. Get your tickets now.
All right, everyone. We are back and we are talking with Natasha A. Halliday. I put the A because that's a part of her branding. Make sure I have this right. Is that right? Natasha A. Halliday?
It's actually natashahalliday.com. I don't have the A in my website. The funny thing is I purchased it with an A afterwards and I never set it to redirect. So I need to do that. Because
I'll help you. If you don't know how to do that, I mean, you probably do because you know a lot of stuff mentally. But if not, then I can get you set for that too. But here we go.
But my social media is Natasha A. Halliday.
Okay, got that right. So Natasha A. Halliday is on all social media, and then Natasha Halliday is HALLIDAY for those that are listening.com. Make sure you stay connected with our mental health expert all the way from Toronto, Canada. Talk to us and tell us what you have for us today, Natasha.
Well, you told me let's look at balancing our mental health over the holidays. And the first thing that came to mind was let's start with talking about the fact that the holidays mean different things to different people.
Yes.
Right? For some, it's a very joyous occasion. Some people have very stressful memories about the holidays. For some people, it is a time where there's a flare up of maybe sadness or grief based on having lost a loved one. So I think it's important to keep in mind, it's not a one size fits all experience for everybody. Right?
That's very important.
So there's obvious tips. Don't eat too much. That affects
right with the food.
Listen, because I know I've done it. And like my parents are from the Caribbean. I'm like, I do Caribbean Christmas. So like there's turkey and ham maybe, but it's turkey and ham and oxtail and curry goat and fish. And like we just go everything. Like it's all the stuff. It's very easy to overeat. So one of the things I think it's important is, we can get really busy with the holidays, and how many people are guilty of this? You're thinking about all the stuff and not about yourself.
Yes.
And so I know my age is going to show in this, but I always say check in with yourself. And if you think about an old tuner radio where you had to turn the dial and there were the lines, if it was not right in line, there was static. So when I say check in with yourself, I want you to tune in with yourself till you get that clarity so you know what's going on with yourself. Right? So keep turning that dial. Oh, no, it's still fuzzy. Oh, no, it's still fuzzy. There's the clear sound. And then what's the clear sound telling you? Because the clear sound might tell you this is too much. This, keep going. This is great. You have capacity for more, but it's important to check in before you just run and then burn yourself out, right? Yes. So it's really important to do that. The beautiful thing is we now live in the age of technology. So we don't have to just connect with our loved ones locally. We can check in with them through technology, right? Zoom, Teams, Google Meet. There's so many, FaceTime, WhatsApp, you name it. Connect with people virtually so that you have an opportunity to see the people that matter to you, the people that you love, right? These are really important. And when I was saying check in with yourself, I think part of what's important for that is remember your unique needs. I've seen, I've seen it in television shows. I've seen it in real life where people are like, I need this. And they're asking this of the host. And they're like, well, I remember my great grandma's auntie's cousin so-and-so used to make this kind of thing. Could you make that too? And before you know it, the person's making 4 types of potato salad. Come on now.
That's like, good.
I'm eating a whole meal and making 4 types of potato salad.
Let me stop for a second. Look.
Which brings us to my other point. Boundaries. Set boundaries. Learn to say no and set boundaries. And I had this thought when I was like, let's talk about boundaries. A lot of people don't know how to set boundaries. And I had a thought. Think about setting boundaries as an activity and getting to know you. The boundaries that I set tell you about who Natasha is.
That's right.
Because until I set the boundary, you might think that that's totally cool. That's totally easy for Natasha. But by me setting a boundary, I can say, no, I don't have the bandwidth, whether I don't have it ever or I don't have it right now. My boundaries give you information about me.
That's right.
So instead of feeling guilty about, oh, I don't want them to be disappointed. No, it's actually an opportunity for connection because I'm giving you more information about myself. That works. That doesn't. not right now, maybe later, whatever that might be. But set your boundaries and do it as much as you can guilt-free. It is okay to think about ourselves. We live in an age of technology. I would never keep my phone at 2% most of the day, but we treat ourselves like a 2% phone.
That's good.
We're offering our charge, but we're not charging ourselves. So it's really important to remember that we need to, and before we can even ask of other people, why can't we pour into ourselves? Right? So it's important to remember your boundaries are part of that.
That's right.
Try to avoid overwhelm through, and I think those are the 3 tips that I gave you earlier, Kim.
Okay.
Delegate. You don't have to do it all. You just don't need to do it all. Decrease. Break things down into smaller tasks.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things I see about maybe cooking for the holidays is some people want to get up Christmas morning and start everything. No, child. I got things in a pan ready to go in the oven from the day before. I got, some stuff that was cooked that, maybe you can just reheat, whatever. It's just maybe it doesn't need to be all done on the holiday, right? What are some of the ways we can decrease the amount of work in that time, right? And defer. Maybe when somebody says, I want that 4th type of potato salad, you're like, you know what? I got you for Easter. I'm going to try that one on Easter when I'm not doing these 3. But I don't need to try to do it all at once. I think one of the funny things about social media is we're busy trying to create a Pinterest, Martha Stewart, postable Christmas or Easter or whatever the holidays. We're coming up to Christmas and Kwanzaa and all that kind of stuff and Hanukkah and what you name it. And it's just but who are we doing it for? Is this what's important to us? Sometimes I think we get caught up in what it looks like that we're forgetting. One of the things I think that feeds our soul about the holidays is the meaning. And if we do all these things that take us away from the meaning, of course we're going to feel less than. Because our souls aren't being fed by all that extra stuff, right? And some of the stuff that seems extra could be stuff that feeds your soul. I'm one of these people, I like to do color themes. So I've had the gold and red, and then for a few years it was purple and silver. And that might seem like the most to some people, that's the stuff that tickles me. That makes me, that's good for me. Right? But for somebody who's I don't know, I just want to throw decorations on a tree, then throw decorations on a tree and don't try to meet a theme just because that, in 2023, that's the way people are doing it.
Right.
Because if that's the way people are doing it in 2023, you still have to say, but who am I? And there's and here get a little technical as a mental health expert. There's a type of a modality of therapy called acceptance commitment therapy. And the person who created it, one of the things he said that I love, he says, when we step outside of our values, of course, we're not going to be happy.
Period.
When we're inauthentic, we can't be happy.
That's
So if I'm trying to make the Christmas that looks good on Instagram and Facebook, and it means nothing to me, I'm not going to enjoy that Christmas.
Right.
So you have to do something that's authentic to you, where you hold value, because otherwise you're pulling away from self. We can't be happy when we're pulling away from ourselves. So I think these are some of the things that are really important to remember, right?
Yes.
Another thing, how much do we get stressed out about the money? Let's talk about the money. How can we show love without spending a lot of money or any money at all? What are the ways that we can still give to somebody without breaking our pocketbooks? Especially in this day and age where inflation is at an all-time high and people are struggling financially, right? One, because we don't want to be teaching our children that Christmas is about how many presents you get.
Right.
And the bigger the present, the more you love me. Right? But also, that's not where our value is. Yes, some people have gifts as a love language, but where's the value in it just being about the big gift? That's not for everybody. But keeping in line with what your means are is another way to reduce your stress.
Yes.
Right? So that's something to keep in mind, is don't create stress, because a lot of what happens is people spend more than they overextend themselves financially, and then all the dust settles from the actual holiday, and then they start to get the bills, and then they're getting the bills when we've got about 4 hours of sunshine a day. No wonder people are sad.
Right.
I saw something the other day where it was a little reel where it was like, or a meme that says, had somebody running down the beach and says, me trying to get away from my bills, and had a slew of people running after it. And beside all the people running, it said bills. And I'm like, right? Like sometimes we find we're just trying to get away, but like, how have we contributed to it unnecessarily? Unfortunately, Christmas sometimes is one of those times where we go above and beyond, and it's like, but I don't love you any less if I don't do all that stuff. So I think even being aware of, taking stock of financially what's within your bandwidth, and then making choices according to what's in your bandwidth, right?
Yeah, these are some great tips. Great tips.
I got a few more.
Go ahead.
And this one, I'm starting to look at it, right?
Listen, I want everybody in the studio audience, as she's talking, put one of your top takeaways from what's been said with Athena and with Natasha, because these are some things that we can apply to our daily lives. So make sure you make note of something in that comment section so we can pop it in. Go ahead, Natasha.
So the last 3 tips I have, going back to boundaries, include that in technology boundaries. I actually saw something online that I love the way they phrase it. They said, stop the doom scrolling, right? If Christmas is a trigger for you or something like that, and maybe because somebody's not married and doesn't have children, don't go and look for all the posts where you see the pajama posts. And then you're upset that you don't get to make your own pajama post with your family, right? There's an easy way to avoid that. Come off the device. Come off that social media. Be intentional about what your goal is when you go onto social media, and then be intentional not to sabotage that by zoning in. Our brains have a way of filtering out stuff, and it can zone in on the very things that bring us pain. So maybe the more helpful thing to do is go, I'm not going to go on today because it might be upsetting to me, or because we can fall into comparison. So being cognizant of that. Avoid overbooking yourself, packing your calendar to the brim. How many people look forward to having holidays as the time off from work, but then are exhausted from how much they do during their time off?
That's crazy.
So see it as downtime, not do everything else but work time. And actually do the downtime by taking some time to do less, right? Obviously, maybe Christmas Day might be busier, but like relax a bit, tone it down, right? And the last thing, because I am a comedian, make sure you find some ways to laugh. Laughter is so healing.
Yeah.
And I think usually when you have a family event, the family provides its own brand of comedy, because there's who doesn't have a funny family member or have funny things they observe. But be intentional to tap into your points where you can laugh.
That's good.
Take a load off. That's part of back to the release that Athena mentioned, right? Our sunshine expert mentioned. We can release through laughter. It works. There's a physiological component, but it's also just that it's just enjoyable. So take some time to laugh if you can.
Yeah.
Those are my tips.
Drop the mic tips again. Listen, booyah. You can stay connected with Natasha Halliday, and I want to make sure you know how to do that. Let people know, Natasha, how they can stay
connected. On IG, Facebook, all the socials, I'm at Natasha A. Halliday. So NATASHAA and my website is natashahalliday.com.
All right, let me make sure I put that up there. Here we go. natashahalliday.com, and on all social media, natashaAhalliday.com. Y'all, if you have any comments or questions, let's pop them up and hear what people have to say so we can go ahead and address a few of them between our two Freestyle Friday experts. Let's see. Pop them up, if you will. Oh, you know what? Mackenzie. Oh, you know what? That's funny. I'm talking to Mackenzie. She gone for a minute. So I'm like, hello, I need to pop. She like, girl, you done told me not to come in the middle of the broadcast if I drop off. So she's like, I'm trying not to, because it pops her right on the screen. So she's like, Lord have mercy. All right, listen, Dr. Lotus Rashay says what? Somebody read that comment for me.
Always a powerful show with phenomenal guests. Thank you so much for sharing this with the world. Dr. Lotus Rashay.
Lotus Rashay. She's from the Lotus Rashay Night Show. global program. Make sure you all stay connected with Dr. Lotus Brochet. She's over here funny. She's co-hosting from the comment section. She said, "Hey, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, who is over CTR Media Network, where actually the Kim Jacobs Show streams over in 100 countries, 350 million households." She said, "Dr. Tina, what has been a major takeaway for you?" She hosted from the comments. Good job.
I love it.
Tammy, what does Tammy say, Natasha? Read that if you will.
Thank you, Lord, for stopping here and listening. Great tips.
Oh, thank you, Tammy, for being one of our VIP members in the studio audience. All right, great tips, Natasha. She said, "Thank you so much." Lots of comments have been coming in. Let me let you all know that you can support the Kim Jacobs Show if you believe that we are bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, and you're getting benefit from this broadcast is through community members like yourselves that pour into the broadcast. And that is the only way that, let me put it where you can actually see it from a static image. You can actually support in Cash App, $ Kim Jacobs Inc. You can also send it through paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. or through Venmo at the Kim Jacobs Show. So make sure you take a moment today and do some type of contribution so that we can keep this broadcast going Monday through Friday. Every weekday at 11 o'clock a.m. we are live and give you all the opportunity to experience wonderful guests like you see here today. Well, in this case, these are our experts, but we have guests that come on and share their backstories, and they may be providing a missing piece to the puzzle in your life. So make sure you take a moment to be a part of allowing us to continue to bring balance to the world, one household at a time. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to talk more about how we can balance our mental health, our sunshine, and even some drama in our lives. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, we are back, and we are here on this episode talking with Freestyle Friday experts, Natasha Halliday and our very own Sunshine expert. Did you want to say anything pertaining to anything that Natasha said, Athena, before we move on?
She gave some great tips. My takeaway was being intentional, and definitely taking care of me first. Me first.
Yeah, I actually was going to name a company You First, and then my father-in-law, before he passed away, he said, "No, you need to name the company Me First." I was like, "You mean like me?" He was like, "That's right, me," because it's about you first before you can take care of anybody else. And then I had his son who didn't know that he had said that. He was like, "Who came up with that crazy idea?" I said, "Oh, your dad." He came in mid-conversation. He was like, "What? Who said that crazy?" But I do agree, if you don't take care of yourself, you're no good for anybody else. So you have to infuse ways to make sure you're okay before you can ever open yourself to be anybody else's blessing. I wanted to just share a couple of tips from my books. I have, sometimes I don't even tell you all these things, but I'm actually an author of a book, Extreme Balance Makeover, and it's on KimJacobsShow.com. And Extreme Balance Makeover are some of the tips that I shared as the NBC expert. Each week I would come on and share tips, and then Coca-Cola sponsored where I would go out and do balance makeovers for families in their homes. And we would do kind of like a super nanny thing where we would assess the situation and come up with some solutions. And so I have some copies of Extreme Balance Makeover available, and I do have some copies on hand of Rise Up, Women Who Lead, Building Legacy. And there are 33 authors in that international best-selling book as well. And I'm also in the 2 books, This Is How I Fight My Battles Spiritually, and Women of War. And so I wanted to just share a couple of things that I think would be helpful for you all, especially if you're dealing with just some drama this holiday season. And sometimes when we're dealing with drama with family and friends, it's a few things that I think would be important to know. Want to ask yourself why? Why is this happening? Why does this consistently happen every time I guess I'll put myself over here for a minute and make these tips, these points. I don't get a chance to do that often as the host, but listen, ask yourself when you're dealing with drama constantly with the same people over and over, why does this consistently happen with this particular person? Maybe there's something that we need to do to look at our own behavior and not necessarily focusing on what are they doing every time, but what am I doing to them that's rubbing them the wrong way, that every time we have an interaction, it's something that's a negative outcome. And it's something that's happening in that dialogue that you might be able to tweak just a little bit yourself to say, this is what I could do differently when I'm dealing with this individual. And if you definitely check out Natasha Halliday, our mental health expert, she can give you further tips. But these are tips that I make in the book, Extreme Balance Makeover. And then also you want to make sure you stick to the facts only. And when you're dealing with a person and you're starting to attack their character, then they don't want to hear what you have to say. At that point, it's an argument, it's a disagreement. And they're like, whatever you have to say, keep it to yourself because we're about to fight. And if it's escalated to that point, you don't want to start saying, well, I'm so sick of you doing this and I'm tired of you doing this and saying this. You want to stick to the facts. The fact is something is happening in our interaction. And I want you to know that that's not my intention. So I'm going to take an approach and back off and give some space here until we figure out how to resolve this. And that may require third-party assistance, or it may require us to be able to limit our interaction. And that's okay for that to happen for the safety of everyone involved. If you're getting into sweating mode, fighting mode, you're getting into a mode that pushes you out of your comfort zone, then that means it's time to take a slight break and determine what's the best course of action. You may research it on Google. I don't know what you need to do. Go to the bathroom and figure this out, but come back out and not talk about the same subject that you're talking about because it's going in a different direction that you need it to go in. And then make sure you don't dog anybody out to other people, because people are infamous and known for, well, I'm going to paint a picture about this person the way that I want the picture to be painted about what they're doing. You don't need to do that. Keep whatever's going on, because usually you end up working it out. Now other people are looking at that person sideways when you really didn't have to have that happen. So make sure you all keep those tips in mind, and you can go to kimjacobshow.com to get a copy of this book, and I'll have it actually shipped to you. The shipping is already included and free from me, and it's called Extreme Balance Makeover. And those are just some of the tips I wanted to share with you as well today. And if you want to know more about anything that I offer, you can go to kimjacobsconsulting.com, and I offer a group training that is specific for those that want to start your own show from scratch. It's universal, so you can learn how to do it from a video, a audio, and a live streaming perspective. Go to kimjacobsconsulting.com, and if you want to be a part of a group class, then I will tell you what that rate is. It's not on that page, but I have a group where you get a chance to split everything amongst you and 4 other students. So it's 5 students in a group class. All right. So those are my tips for today as well. And we want to go to any closing comments. Any closing comments you all have?
I would just say, have your holiday your way.
Have your holiday your way. Have your holiday your way. That's the slogan. Have your holiday your way. Y'all type that in the comment section. Any comment from you, Athena?
Enjoy and be safe.
Yes. And my closing comment is just have a great holiday season. Make memories. Make sure you have fun. And you can never go back and get this time back again. So enjoy it. Be in the moment. Don't worry about what the stressors are. Just have fun and enjoy your life the way that God created it to be for you. All right. Any other comments? Okay. All right. I think that's awesome. We've had a great Freestyle Friday. Y'all enjoyed yourselves?
Yes.
Had a blast, as usual.
As usual, yes.
So we'll come back together again soon and hopefully do some more intense. We're going to have a couple of intense times that we come back with our mental health expert for sure on a topic that we've agreed must be covered before the holiday season. I'm not going to reveal what it is yet, but we're going to get that date for you all. And Sunshine, we hope to see you some more before the holidays formally kick off. All right.
Thank you. Yes. Natasha, I'm coming to visit you, sis.
Yeah,
you come on down.
Kim?
Yeah, we need you to get a flight and go there together because I'm going to be there. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lotus Rashay. Thank you all in the virtual studio audience for tuning in. And I want to thank everyone that gave. Let me say this last thing. Everyone that gave for Giving Tuesday with Gabe's Heart Foundation. We raised $6,700 towards defibrillators being placed in public spaces around the country. So if you are interested in giving as well, you can go to gabesheartfoundation.org, $ Gabe's Heart, and we are placing defibrillators around the country. If you're interested in having it placed in your location, reach out to me and tell us your story. And our goal is to raise $45,000. And we have a gala coming up where we'll be giving some defibrillators out there as well. So thank you for your contribution on Giving Tuesday. We truly appreciate it. And you can go and learn more. All right. That's today's episode, everybody. Have a great day. Love you all. Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference. And I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward
to the people who I am. We do this, certain things that we say, a certain rhythm, like I can hear a beat and my body just naturally moves to it. And it's indigenous to, well, the peoples or the tribe, whichever terminology you want to say.
That's right.
The same thing. And I didn't even know I was doing it until I started digging. And I was like, oh my God, I do that all the time. I say that. So really, it's a connection that we all need. And it is something that we really need to have these healthy conversations. And also go to individuals like Richard, who actually have the information and can kind of walk us through hand in hand on this journey of reconnecting oneself. Okay. So Richard, is there anything else you would like to share with our audience today?
Yes. First of all, I want to say #WeAreExceptional, because I want you all to think about this. Anytime somebody might try to make you feel inferior or something like that, or by the color of your skin, number one, the tanning booths around the world make billions of dollars because people like darker skin. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people won't get in front of a camera until they get the color put on their skin. And we don't have to get that done. The melanin, a lot of people are using Botox to do what melanin naturally does for our women. You should see my mother, how good she looks at 84 years old. My mother's 84. And there's some people, that are other younger that don't look nearly as good as my mother does, right? So I want you to understand #WeAreExceptional. But what I want to leave you with is this, because the poem that you saw, that they just saw, that God gave me that on Badagry Beach, which is the point of no return. If any of you have Nigerian ancestors, Badagry Beach, a suburb of Lagos in Nigeria, is where the last place that they set their foot on the African continent before they were taken away. But there's another poem that God gave me, and it's the same title as the book. It's called Found My People. And it goes like this. I've found my people. You can too. There's a people for me and a people like a door that you found in your house that is new, with elaborate furnishings, all belonging to you. A people who will welcome and make you feel new. I've found the people for me. Now find the people for you.
That was simply amazing, you guys. So make sure that you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure that you go and purchase that book. And also, when you get the book, take a little screenshot to let us know that you got the book, and reach out to Richard so that he can send you that PDF.
That's right. You want to get that fact sheet because it's going to tell you, it's going to unlock the mystery on the cover. And the easiest way to find the book is actually to go to the foundmypeople.com website, because if you're inside of Africa, it goes to Okada Books so that you can click that Africa button. And if you're outside, USA and global, there's a button there for you. And so it'll take you to whatever Amazon is the closest place to you in the world. So the easiest way to get the book is actually to go through the foundmypeople.com website. And then you have the beautiful video. And, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's this great picture of, there's just like handsome guy at the bottom that you can see, this nice picture of. So, I'm not going to say no names, but, and then there's a podcast section, there's a podcast section right there where you can listen to podcasts that I've been on. And so, there's that handsome guy right there.
Yeah. So make sure you go to foundmypeople.com and make sure you go check out all of this amazing information. You can even listen to previous interviews that he has had as well. And as you can see, he make it super duper easy for you to be able to get the book no matter what four corners of the earth you find yourself at on today. Whether you USA, whether you're global, whether you're in Africa, you can still connect and be able to easily get your copy now. Thank you so much, Richard, for stopping by the Tina Ramsey Show and sharing.
Thank you. I've had a great time.
Oh, I did too. I really did too. So right now, you guys, I want you to know that if no one told you that you're amazing, that you're worthy, and that you're valued, I want you to know that I love you and I'm saying that you're amazing. And until next time, what do I want you to do? I want you to do what? Keep smiling. Okay, I'll see you guys next week for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast at 7:30 p.m. EST, because it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Bye. Bye.
Go to CTRMN.com and purchase my book.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? We have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it. We definitely appreciate it.